All right, here we go. We'll be starting shortly. Let me just update the scrolling text for what we'll be doing today. If I don't, I'll be asked several times. Let me get that keyboard. Heavy metal Halloween level design day. All right, so Lumania, in case you weren't watching text, have I tried YouTube gaming? Not yet. I didn't like their last streaming service. I haven't actually checked out their new one yet. I know some people have liked it. One of the cool things about Twitch is that, let's say I want to listen to some music on my stream, and accidentally I forget to mute it and it goes out onto the stream. Well, nothing happens with my live feed. It still goes on. It's just the VOD will get muted for, I think it's an hour on each side of it or something like that, which is fine because I never save the VODs anymore anyway. But with YouTube, your whole live stream ends up muted. So it's just one of the things you'll have to be careful of. Robin Cat, hi, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Now I have the chat over here because of the way I have my mic set up on this arm. It kind of blocks where I have chat over here. And to be honest, it's just easier for me to look over here. I'm going to have to move that camera too then. Anyway, thinking about this game. Working title is going to be Heavy Metal Halloween. I think that was it, right? I already forget. I look at my stream title. Yeah. I'm just going to save it to the desktop now. I'm not going to throw it in a Git. Since we're just working on a level design. Been spending so much time with training introductory level stuff. It's kind of nice just to actually get out and stretch my legs and make something of my own. So how's everyone doing today? Hopefully pretty good. Anything cool? Haven't been here in a while. Ooh, what do we got? IGUI basics. What's IGUI? So it's a new GUI system? Well, you know what? I get it for free. Apparently I already have it. Oh, did they not update this? Uscript. I guess they haven't updated this since the last time I came and clicked on it. And to be honest, I thought it was quite some time ago. I thought this was supposed to be updated monthly. Maybe it was at the beginning of the month and it just seems longer. Anyway, so the theme of this game, I want to kind of a cemetery Halloween feel to it. I want it to be a first-person shooter, possibly a third-person shooter. I want it to have like a heavy metal music background to it. And I'm sorry, I was looking at chat. And at least for the first version, everything's got to be free so people can follow along if they so choose to. So with that in mind, let's start looking at some assets. Start off with 3D models. Let's go with environments. I don't really have cemetery, right? What about dungeons? And I'm going to undock this so I can go full screen. No, I said I'm going to undock this so I can go full screen. Or bigger than that little window. All right, so I don't really want to be in a dungeon. I want to be outside. So we got a few things here. Cloudy dungeon set. This one. It's pretty cool. What else do we have here? Historic fantasy. Painterly nature. I used that not too long ago. And that. Make your own fantasy game. Quite a few free fantasy stuff. Wow, there's a lot of fantasy stuff here. Wow. Okay, well, we're going to go fantasy theme then. Maybe it won't be zombies. Nah, it's got to be zombies. I want zombies. Need something cemetery looking. Let's castle. Make your own fantasy game. We got some pillars and stuff like that in here. Whoa, this package contains a complete cemetery garden scene. So 60 plus assets and a mobile edition. Well, let's see how much the full version is first. And of course, that pulls that up over here. It's $70 for the full version with mobile edition. Okay, well, let's look and see what we get the free version. Oh, that looks pretty cool. This will probably be what we're going to take. Yeah, it looks like it's got all the stuff we need for a cemetery, right? Except, does it have mobs? If all we have to do is find mobs. Excuse me. I have a bronchial infection, so I'll probably be coughing quite a bit today. So it doesn't look like it has mobs. So we're going to have to find some zombies and skeletons and whatnot to fight. But if it has everything else we need in it, let's grab that. Apparently I already have it. Let's take a quick look here. So we have a demo scene. Some coffins, statues, particles. Oh, a decal. You don't see that very often. And plants. So I wish there was a way to click on here and see a preview of it before you import it. Wood stuff. Okay, cart, standard assets. So I'm not seeing any mobs. Oh wow, they just included all the visual effects under standard assets. It's just Unity 5. It was updated a couple months ago, so 4 and 5, okay. Textures. So no mobs. We'll go ahead and we'll grab it anyway. So this package has been submitted using Unity 4.01 and 5.0 to improve compatibility with the range of these versions. I'm going to go ahead and check out the full version because if it is something I like and something I want to use, I'll probably end up picking up the full version later. And a game like this would be very easy to switch into a multiplayer mode. Probably pretty fun too. Especially when we find characters that are the same art style that we could have, you know, different classes. Let's see if the full version's been updated any more recent. No, exact same thing it says. Look at that URL, tqq.com. Okay, well, whatever. I'm going to mark that website as incomplete. I'm not getting any stuttering on my end. Is anyone else getting any stuttering? I've got no drop frames on my end, so there's nothing I can do about it. I've dropped the bitrate down to 2K. It shouldn't affect the quality too much. It could be. Maybe try a different ingestion server. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do on that end. So anyway, we're going to go ahead. We're going to use this. I'm just going to move this off to the side here. Let's make this a little bigger so I can see what's in it. Let's take a look at that demo scene. So we've got some scripts, new terrain, splat map, 2 splat maps. I'm going to maximize on play. So they must have some sort of... Okay, it's a fly around camera. Oh, this is going to be great. I don't really like this whole flying around camera thing. Ah, yeah, I do not like this fly around camera. So we got some broken pillars. It's a nice small little graveyard. I want mine to be bigger. I like that particle effect. This will probably be a spawner. This will probably be where I spawn my undead and let them come walking out. I think that'll be really cool. Of course, we'll have to make our own level. This is actually really good for something that's free. I've always liked the Diablo aesthetic type of look and feel. And this is definitely something I like. I just realized all the little particle effects. I'm not sure if you're seeing them on the stream. Yeah, it looks like it. All the little particles just floating around in the air like dust. Oh, blue. The other one was orange. So good. We got different spawners, different mobs. If we find some more mobs. So as far as the actual graveyard, oh, do we have sound? Let me check. I didn't see any sound files. Okay. Let's go. We'll stop this. Oh, let's take a look. No sound. I've got my voice playing through my ear right now from the stream, so. So we got tombstones. So yeah, I'm going to say that this is, oh, a dead tree. All we need to at least start with our graveyard. I like that fence. Is there an open fence? Slightly ajar. Oh, they do have open. Nice. All right. This was free. Let me just check to make sure it wasn't something I bought before. Yeah, it's free. I'm gonna dock it again. Just one sec. Excuse me. All right, so yeah, this is free. Go ahead, check it out. Make your fantasy game -light. So now we need some zombies. So I guess character. I'm gonna pause that. What do you guys think of it? I like it anyway. Animal, creature, humanoids. I'm gonna go with humanoids. They probably don't have a zombie category, to be honest. There's so damn many. Probably should. But zombies be under fantasy. I like the look of that, to be honest. Now, this is $35. If I upgrade later on, decide to make it into a real game, I'll go ahead and buy some stuff. I just like the look of this. It's the style I like. And there's 3 different types. Looks like a big warrior type. What the hell's on his back? Let's just take a look. I'll let you hear the sound too. I won't full screen. Oh, there we go. I actually like this. But I said I would not spend any money on it until I was done. Just so people can follow. Oh, okay, it's a magic user. Yeah, I thought that was another sword. Oh, he can spawn others? Well, there's another model in there to spawn. Because they don't have a sword or anything. It's probably just one of the base ones without the armor and that on it. I like that. A mental note, undead pack. Keep that in mind. But zombies. There's a skeleton, an animated skeleton. Anything better? Goblin. That's only got 3 stars. I don't want 3 stars. I don't want to waste my time. I remember him. So what makes a skeleton an RPG skeleton? Is it because I got it docked? You know what? I'm going to go ahead and look at these online in a web browser. That way we can actually watch the video and get the sound. Seems fine. Twitch can sometimes cause trouble with 3,500K streams. Mine's only at 2,000. At 2K. I lowered in the hopes of, I don't want this, avoiding that. Okay, so now we should be able to full screen the video so everyone can see it a bit better. There's no sound on this one. For a free asset, that's fine. Looks great. I think it goes pretty good with the theme we already have. So basically just a sword and a shield. That's fine. That's all we need to start off with. So 4 animations. Say what the animations are. Well, I guess it's here. So skeleton, animation, 1 sword, 1 shield. So a walk and chop. That's all I need. I only need 2. Let's go ahead and we'll grab that for our mob. My lord, look at that. Okay. And we need some music. So attack, get hit, island walk. Yep, just the basics. Perfect. And music, audio. There we go. Would it be under ambient? I want something really heavy. Ooh, metal. It's $2. Well, let's see what else they have. I don't want that. What about other? If anyone knows of some good ones, I want a lot of high energy metal. Rawr. Oh, maybe under music other. I think it was under other here.
You need to shave this thing.
Shut up, Grandma!
Lieutenant Dog, welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow. Everyone say hello to Lieutenant Dog. Oh, here we go. This is by Unity. Metal Mayhem, unfortunately. Okay, and they don't have a demo? Unity. Not seeing a link. This is a music pack. Since it's by Unity, I'll go ahead and try it out. And they're all OGs. Now, I'm not sure if Unity automatically converts for you to other formats when you're publishing to different platforms. I'm not going to need it for this version. It's going to be a web player, so OG is fine. I'm going to go ahead and dock it again. Let's check out some of these metal sounds. Let me clean this up first. The skeleton put everything in different folders. Skeleton textures, yeah. Animation, so textures, skeleton. prefab, skeleton, directional light. Okay. So animation looks like mesh material. There we go. All right. A note for aspiring asset package developers: keep everything in one folder so we don't get that flow over into your your whole project. That annoys me. Okay, whoops. Let's go ahead. We'll take a look at its demo scene. Yeah, it looks pretty good. Can you turn them, rotate them, do anything with them? Or is he just bob? Just bobs. Can't see his other animations. That's fine. Aesthetically, I think he'll fit in with the other pack really well. But let's listen to some metal. Fail 1. Helps if I hit this button. Let me know if you guys can hear it okay. It's not bad. I keep double clicking, which opens it up into a different app. Well, I like that. These are like little stingers. My son is going to love these. One of the reasons why he went with the heavy metal theme is my son was watching some video on YouTube and they had some heavy metal playing, and he jumps off the couch, throws his iPad down on the couch, and just starts like rocking out, dancing around on the floor. He's got like the goat horns going and everything else. I thought it was so hilarious. I'm like, okay, next game I make him, it's got to have heavy metal in it. It's heavy. It's not what I'm looking for. I like this. I'd have seen the anti-cheat tools. Yeah, I'm not worried about it. So far, I like 2 the best. There's enough good ones. You can just make like a little radio for them to listen to. Too slow. All right, so I know I got at least a couple songs that I like. So we have stuff to fight, and we've got something to make with. We got music. We've got everything I need to start with. So let's go. We'll jump into my scene. I'm going to make a new folder. So we're going to have to, our new scene. So I'll make a new folder for that. And if we want a new scene, we'll save this off as game level. Make sure it's in the right folder. And I know I am going to be uploading this to a Git server later. So let's go ahead and take care of that now. Just a sec. Excuse me. All right, so editor. Visible metal files and force text. There we go. And I want to upload this to a Git server. It will be ready. So to start off with, I guess we're going to make a terrain, I guess. I want it to be outside. Now, I'm trying to think, how do I want my land to look? I want it to be a cemetery, but I want it to be surrounded by, not necessarily mountains, but hills, stuff that you can't get over. I could do a path through it, but I think for the first level that I'm going to design, I want it to be kind of arena style, so kind of just a big circle in the middle. So let's go ahead, we'll create a terrain. How big do I want this? This is 500 by 500 by default, and that's probably really big enough. Let's go ahead and import a first-person controller. Yeah, we'll do it in first person for the first version. We'll throw that in. We'll have to throw some image effects in too. Hopefully I'm hitting the mute button right. Hitting amplify. All right, so we've got a first person controller. I'm going to need some textures. Or does this come with any textures? I've seen some textures. Oh, yeah. Okay, oh, wait. Okay, so it does have some. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's got 5 textures. So according to this, that's 7. But it's the free one, so they left some out. What's lower is? Nothing. Okay, so we've got, wow, I really like the texturing on this. Well, this is free. Anyway, so we've got 5 textures. We got grass and a few different dirts. That should be good enough for me. I don't want to model this train myself. I think I'm going to grab a tool. So I want it to look good, but I don't want to spend hours doing it. Let's give me something to work with right off the start. Let's see if Terrain Toolkit still works. That'll be the first thing I'll work with. It worked the last time. There's a few bugs. Certain things are obsolete and whatnot. Yeah, we'll go ahead. But as far as shaping and molding your terrain goes, it still worked. Yeah, see, we still have a few things that need to be updated. But I'm not worried about it as long as it works. Let's try it out. So grab our terrain. We're going to go shrink that up. Is that a component? Last thing I was looking at was fog. Terrain toolkit. Boom. So it loads. I'm going to go with Perlin. Let's start off with some rolling hills. I'll pick a preset. Okay. Well, maybe rough plains. I'm going to go ahead and turn off the light mapping, the auto bake. Doesn't need to be on for this stage. I'm probably going to go through a few iterations here, and I don't need it in the background trying to calculate ambient occlusion. There we go. I like this one. Lots of detail. Now I have to work with it a bit to smooth it out and whatnot, but for the base, this is kind of what I'm looking at, a place that we can hunt in the middle, or play, I should say, but lots of areas that you can't get out of. I'm just not sure if it's going to be big enough, but we'll find out. If it needs to be bigger, we'll make it bigger. Let's go ahead. I don't want to smooth it out. Yeah, let's do some erosion first. And we'll do that. No. Let's do some fast, harsh erosion. And I'm going to have to normalize it as well. I just want to get lots of well, maybe I should normalize it before I put detail on it. I'm not sure. We'll figure it out. Hydraulic, what kind do we want? Rain swept earth. Let's go ahead. How can we shrink this down? I guess we can't. Lots of detail on it. There we go. Let me fix the low and the wind. I always like northeast. We'll do northerly. This one might take a while. You know, while that's going on, does anyone have any projects that they're currently working on that they want to maybe share? I believe you can post links right now in chat. I can't remember. I might still have it disabled. But someone can try it and find out, I guess. Whoops, I missed what happened. Okay. Edit, redo. Okay, so it really chopped some of it up, didn't it? I'm going to be applying smooth to it later anyway, so that doesn't matter. Let's go ahead. We'll do the normalizing first. It's not under train. Where's the normalize tab? There we go. Wasn't stretched out far enough. How far can I get? So I need it about here. Okay, so we're going to go ahead. We're going to click the normalize tab. I don't want it that high. Let's start off maybe 50%. For the max height, 0.5. .25. That's too low. Maybe not. Yeah, I'm going to say 0.35. Yeah, that looks good because we're going to be hollowing this out anyway. And I'm going to, so the way I'm looking at it is we're going to be playing in here. I'm going to have a road that leads out this way, but it's going to be blocked by the gates. So yeah, I'm not going to have to do too much carving. I'm going to go ahead and add textures just to make it easier to see. My cliff texture. I don't have a cliff texture. Why, let me go grab one. I'm trying to think, Unity has a nice cliff texture. I'm just going to grab it. I wonder what that's under. Environment. Unchecked everything. Maybe textures down at the bottom. I'll probably be using my own water. It's not hard to make, and I just prefer I like my water better. So don't need any water. Close all that up. No, we don't need that. Train assets. Cliff. So that's the albedo specular. Okay, well, that's the one we want. That's kind of cool that it shows here. I still wish it had a separate pane here. But that's the one I wanted. So I'm just going to grab that. Go back to my terrain. We'll under standard assets, environment, terrain assets, surface textures. Whew. There we go. Cliff is done. Add a new texture. This will be my base texture for like grass. Let's go ahead. We'll add two more. Textures. So we got that. I think I've got this wrong. I thought the first texture was your cliff texture. I need at least one more texture that isn't like this. I guess I'll use that one. Get rid of this one. Ah, I know what texture it is. I'm trying to get rid of it. I'm trying to hit that X. Oh. Can I access it through here too? There we go. Gets rid of that. This is one of the things that's screwed up with the current version of Terrain Toolkit. All right, there we go. We've got our base grass down. We're going to have to adjust some levels here. The first thing I want to look at is the rock, or the cliff. And I'm going to shrink this up just so I don't see so much. Let's do this. I usually like it much smaller. 25 to 55. There we go. We get a much rockier face. I still haven't applied smoothing. Let's do that. There we go. A little bit more. Just kind of looking at the edges here. I still need a good skybox too, but there's a million and one of those. This is good. I like this. This is pretty, well, one more. There we go. That's smooth enough. That's going to get rid of some of the rock faces, which is fine. Now let's start adjusting the height. Texture one ends here. Let's try 2.5. And we'll start this at 3. We're going to have to start it sooner and end the other one. Now I still have to carve the center out, but I'm just trying to get the heights. So we're going to start this at about 2.5 and this at about 1.8. Better. I want just a bit lower. That's good enough. Don't forget we're going to be dimming the lights quite a bit. So let's start shaping the terrain a bit more. We'll shrink the collider down. We'll come over to this tool. I'm deciding if I want to have a lake or something like that in there. I think for this level, no. It's going to go right to the bottom. Just a second here. I'm in full screen, so I can't really read chat. Let me see. So you can't post a link? Okay. That guy see this? Hi, how you doing? Okay, so yeah, you did try to post it? Yeah, I think I'll just leave links off for now. Every time I turn them on, some idiot comes in and starts posting stuff that they shouldn't. If you do have something you want to post, I can permit you, so let me know. I can permit you. Here. Just to test it out. I would not permit. Where's the permit? Is anyone going to be sticking around for a while? Here you go. Lumania, you're in here quite a bit. I'll make you a mod. If you're going to be sticking around for a while, let me know. If not, I can unmod you if you don't want to be a mod. I'll let you take care of that while I just work on the game. Let me see. Gold Killer V, hi, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. You're trying to create a 2D. Okay. I have no idea what tutorials to look at. for 2.5. If you're doing 2.5, it depends on how you want to do it. Are you doing... I would personally do 3D with just the orthogonal camera locked at like 45 degrees type thing. That's how I would do it, but it really depends on the aesthetic you're going for. Some people still like to use 2D graphics and play around with it that way with layering them. I think it's easier if you went with the full 3D and just locked your camera. But as far as tutorials, I don't know. Never looked any up for that. Okay, so let's go ahead. Crank that opacity down. I'm going to crank my brush size up more. That's as big as it gets. Okay. I'm making this for a game. 42 students. Hi, how you doing? Now this will actually be a game. It's actually a demo for a website for someone. So I'm going to go ahead and flatten a lot of this down in the center. Maybe crank that opacity up a bit more for here. Now I'm going to bring it down flat right to the bottom. And then I can add some texture to it and raise it a bit from the bottom. But for now, I want more of an overhead view. Let's crank that opacity up even more. Until I get around to the edges. So right here will be the bulk of the place we'll be fighting. I kind of want to go in over here like a little nook, kind of a kidney shape. Whoop. There we go. And of course, if we went ahead and reapplied textures to this, just with the way it is right now, actually, bam. You know, I'm actually going to change the textures around. I think I want the dirt to be the cliff one. And we'll put the rock at the top. It's not going to matter too much because I'm going to be turning the lights down. Let's take that first person controller we brought in. I always like to use this as an example. Right there. Well, that looks like plenty big. Get it above the ground. Let's go. We'll try this out. It's actually much higher than I thought it was. 2 audio listeners in the scene. Get rid of that one. Now you can get some sassy sounds. So this seems like a big enough area for an arena style. Honestly, I think I'm going to undo it, what I've done here, and shrink everything down. I don't want the hills to be that high. So I'm going to normalize a bit more. But luckily, we can go through and undo a bunch of this. We'll leave it like that for now. I'm going to come back in. All part of the process. So 3.5 wasn't good enough, so I am actually going to try 2.5 again. Yeah, I think... And switch those textures around. So we'll grab this one. So this goes here. And dang it, where's that cliff one? Yeah, I like the darker textures mingled in. Now, fortunately, when I do it like that, we don't get as much cliff. We don't notice it as much. And I really don't like the way this one tiles. But it doesn't matter. It's free. It's what we get to use. You can't post a link. Let me just say, I know there's a way to make it so you can post a link. Oh, what's that little thing beside you? That's how to time you out and ban you. Never mind. There used to be a way where I could just click on it. Maybe it's permit. I think it's the permit. Laumania. Try posting a link now. I think that's what it is. I just had to type permit. Oh, there we go. Someone mentioned it right above. Yeah, okay. Oh, right after me. Okay, back to this. Why does it seem so dark now? And I just lost my window. Come on, Google. Close that. Okay, so we're going to go ahead. Start shrinking this down again, just like we did before. Shrink this down, open this up, go to the first tab. Again, go from above. Make sure you're holding shift, not caps lock. And just paint down to the bottom. And again, kidney bean shaped. I still think it might be too high. But 500 by 500, the default size, seems to be fine. Now we'll have to come through here and add some texture so it's not so flat. But to start off with, I want it fairly flat.
You need to shave this thing.
Shut up, Grandma.
Mr. Sheeds. I think it's Sheeds. Anyway, welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow. Everyone say hello to Mr. Sheeds. Okay, so we'll go ahead. We'll get rid of our regular camera. We'll take that first person controller. Prefabs, drop them in, zoom in on him. Make sure he is above the ground. And here we go. That's still too high, but I'm just going to leave it for now. Why does it seem so dark all of a sudden? The other one didn't seem so dark. Okay, well, what do we got here? Terrain Toolkit. I guess that's one of the benefits of using the YouTube streaming service now, is that it's kind of like a DVR where you can go back. Let me find you a link to Terrain Toolkit. It doesn't work as good as it used to. There's a few bugs now because it hasn't been updated, I think, in 5 years. But for the most part, it works. You can grab it off of Google Code. I just have it in my folder of assets that I just always grab. Here we go. And I should be able to post links. There you go. Terrain Toolkit. I've posted a link. There are other ways to do it. There's a lot of packages that allow you to make really cool looking terrains, way better than this, outside of Unity, and then just import them in. I don't have any of them on this machine, like World Builder or anything like that. And it's a very simple project that I just want to make, so this will do. It's fine. Let me see. Dropbox link. Oh yeah, your Candy Crush game. Looks like you're getting beat, Mads. Okay. I'll keep that tab open in case other people want it. Yeah, I might start saving VODs again. Before I do anything, I need music to work. So I'm going to mute this computer unless I need to put anything on. Go to my Coding Jams playlist. I got a couple songs I would love to share right now, but I can't. Try to keep all that off there. Tom Cruise crazy. Can I just get a link to it?
You need to shave this thing.
Shut up, Grandma.
That guy see this. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow. Everyone say hello.
It's rough.
Here you go. Spotify link. That doesn't work. Yeah, the terrain toolkit, you can do whatever you want with it. I have it on my my Git server because I keep meaning to update it just to get everything working again. No special features or anything like that. Maybe aside from being able to add normal maps to your terrain. There's no normal maps. Oops, sorry, I hit the mic. I'm gonna move it a bit. These textures that I have no normal maps. But if we go ahead and look at the terrain toolkit, we don't even have the ability to support them. But if you look at the textures here, if we were to add them manually, we do have the ability to add normal maps and also play around with physical-based shading, at least the metallic slider. And I would love to see something like that integrated in, but there's just so many other tools that allow you to do this exact same thing, if not more and better and faster, that I don't know if it'd be worth it. But anyway, I still use the tool because, I don't know, I'm old. Okay, there we go. Let me take one more quick look at it. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and start adding a little bit of texture. Let's take a look at these edges. I think I've made them too steep. And these little triangles are the offset of making it too steep. But I'm going to be turning the lights down anyway, making it dark around the edges. Yeah, actually, this 500 by 500 terrain texture, map, whatever you want to call it, more than big enough for an arena style. I think this will actually support multiplayer pretty well. I don't mind having a hill here because you can't get up anyway. I'm probably going to put an invisible ceiling so you can't do this. I won't be using this first-person controller anyway. This one allows you to do this. I don't know if I'll use physics or not. Probably not. But I am going to put an invisible ceiling across the top just so you can't get up here. Geronimo! It's a little floaty. Okay. Texture. Of your natural arch. So it'd be cool if you could make a natural arch right in the middle of the center. You can go ahead and take Blender and just model that in Blender and just throw it in if you want. There's actually some really cool assets on the asset store that have it in there. There's a free one. I think it's just called Rocks. Let me see if I can find it. It's a Control 9. Ah, there it is. You couldn't enjoy Tom Cruise. Was it props? No. Maybe environments. It's one of the first ones. Right here. Is that what you're talking about? Here's a free package. Plus it has a nice rock texture. It might actually be worth bringing it in just for that rock texture later on. And that's called Free Rocks. Okay, texture. I'm deciding what kind of texture I want to add. Crank that opacity down really low. one or two. Right next door. And just kind of dot it in. When you're there, won't you be my neighbor? Just so it's not so flat. You see? Don't hold it down too much because, whoops, I think that's a little too much. Because you've got to place things down here. So if it's too bumpy, it's not going to look good. Okay, I think that's pretty good for a start. I'll probably have to smooth it out. I think I made it a little too bumpy. There's going to be spots later on after I'm done designing where I'll want like a little hill and whatnot. Okay. So that's done. That directional light. That's something we should set up now. Camera. We're going to go with deferred. I think everything else is good here. Let's do HDR as well. Directional light, we're going to switch that over to keep it that way. Let's change the color. I want more of a silver. I am going to be turning it down darker later, but for now I'm going to leave it really bright just so I can see what I'm working on. Intensity, soft shadows, I'll leave that there. Drag that in as the sun. I need a good spooky skybox still. I'll have to check. Did that come in here too? Let me shrink some of this up. Man, if a skybox came in here as well, let me go ahead and save my scene. Let's just look at their scene, see if they have for a skybox. It doesn't look like they have a skybox. They have fog, and I'll be adding fog. Let's actually take a look at their fog. Are they just using Unity's fog? Okay, their stuff's way over there. They have their huge train and like hardly anything on it. What's this? Oh, it's just some visual effects. Oh wow, look at all the effects they put on. I'm not going to play around with too much of this stuff at the start. Those would be polishing at the end. But yeah, I mean, they have a lot of particles going on. Anyway, they don't have a skybox. I want a skybox. Although they did do a pretty good job at keeping it spooky. Well, just by using a color, I bet. They just go out to a color on their camera. Yeah. Just one sec. Excuse me. I'm trying to decide if I want to go ahead and put a skybox in mine or keep it nice and spooky blue just like theirs. I was thinking of going more with the red. I do like that effect. I just don't like the flying around camera. Yeah, let's go ahead. I'm going to try red, a dark red on mine. So we'll come into my scenes. Grab that camera. Now, like I said, I'm not keeping this camera. I want like a really bloody red. I don't know, I kind of like a night sky, maybe. Now we still have to add fog. We'll use a radial fog. I want to go with a height of 2. Start to 0. How about density? I'm going to have to move my camera a bit to see. Let's go into lighting. I don't think I need to turn this on, but this will affect the fog color. And I'm going to have to move my camera a bit so I can actually see some fog. I was just thinking, did I move the camera, not the person? Still not seeing the fog yet. Do you want the darker color? I'm pretty sure this controls the fog color, right? Yeah, you can see it in a bit now. Make it bright red. Yeah, let's not make the fog bright red. I need a way to adjust it so I can see. I wish I could see it in real time. So let's go ahead. Let's not maximize on play. Gonna have to save some values here. Maybe I should just go blue. Away it comes, away it's gonna go. I think blue is the best. Let's look this way. So about there. Okay, let's save these colors. So, actually, I think these save automatically. Let's see. No. I thought the lighting ones did. Oh, now it's adjusting. Let me see. You can see in real time. Press play and change it. Quite possibly. I think that's too dark. But we'll change it. We got to change the skybox color. Let's get out of the shadows. I don't want that much shadow. I got to play around with the lighting a bit. Let's actually start adding stuff to the scene since we got all these cemetery things. And I'm going to turn fog off for now. Let's adjust the camera or the lighting angle. And I'm going to change this to mixed. Make sure my terrain is static. And Just get rid of some of the shadows so I can actually see in it better. Okay, let's start putting things in. Now, I'm not going to put a fenced area in. I'm just going to put tombstones and whatnot. It's going to be just a big... Well, do I want to like a little town? How big is this again? If this was the little town area... Can we... We do have enough room that we could make a cemetery over here. So you could run to the cemetery to fight stuff. And jump. Yeah, I think I'll do that. So we'll put the cemetery in this area. Empty folders. I hate that. Wow, look at this. Actually... I'm going to delete some of these empty folders. So apparently they do have skeleton. Oh, it's probably not an animated skeleton. It's probably like a dead skeleton on the ground. So there's no pot or potions. Come on, delete. There's no pillars. There's plants. No light. No ground. No goods. There's decals. So there's plant. No pillars to goods. No curtain. No corpse. No coin. No chest. We have a cemetery though. Like, I realize this is a free package and those other folders probably have stuff in them in the full package. I wish I would have just got rid of these empty folders. Buildings, book, blacksmith. So, carpet to blacksmith. I'm going to start with some pillars. Thought we had pillars. Did I just delete pillars and we had some? Okay, we didn't have any pillars. You just got an ad when I commented on you. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know they ran ads in the middle of a stream. Did they start doing that now? That was the reason why I left Ustream ages ago, is because I couldn't talk without them running a stupid ad. What was she? Yeah, the copying values. I always forget about that, but yeah, you can do that. Okay, have a good day. This tea's not making my throat feel that much better. I didn't even think about these. Okay, so statues. We got statues. Let's grab both of them. I'll put one here and another one right beside it. Let's move them closer. Let's go look at them in game. I'm going to need some more light down here. Oh, okay. Probably should move my first person controller closer. Yeah, that would probably make me switch to YouTube if they started doing that, running ads. Like, I realize it's a free service. They got to make the money somehow. I just want a relative size here. Okay. So it's a smaller one. It's too dark because I got the light shining straight down. Just not going to move this light, am I? Now I can see him a bit better. Those mountains are just too high. But I definitely like the look of them. Okay, so let's go ahead. We got some statues in the scene. I just want to take a look at all the stuff first. Can I bulk grab everything? And let's actually... Let's see what we have before we... There we go. Before we decide what to put down, where'd they go? There they are. And we'll come in here, bulk grab. Really, just grab the one? Yeah, we'll just do them one at a time. Here's a wheel. Oh, they got a cool collider on it. Instead of using a wheel collider, they went with a Pentagon. That'd be cool. Rotate it, lean it up against something. Paling? Guess that's another name for a broken fence. Vertex snapping. Vertex snapping is not going to work with this model, is it? Well, let's go and take a look at this. Well, let's put the rest in first. We've only got 3 more carts. 1 cart there, 2 cart here. Oh, a cart with a broken wheel. And a wheelbarrow. So yeah, I like this. I'm gonna try renaming some of this stuff. What was a wheelbarrow? Cart 1. Cart 3's broken cart. Dang it, I hit the wrong thing. Cart 4 is just a regular cart, which I'm just going to call cart 4. I'm not probably going to use these fences, so I'm just going to leave those. Wheel, we'll leave those. Just what I'm using. Unity works on both systems just as good. All 3 now, actually. They have a Linux version. I'm not sure if it's publicly available or not, but they have one. I jump between operating systems quite a bit. And it's always funny when I switch from one after using it for a month or so and switch to the other, because I have to stop and think about what hotkeys to hit. I almost always use a Mac keyboard, so I have to sit there and like get that muscle memory back to know where my fingers are supposed to be for hotkeys. So I'm just going to go ahead and dump everything into the scene so I know what I have. Probably use all of these. I'm not going to use the wooden fences. Well, I'll leave them there because like I said, I want to see what I have before I do anything with it. And while I'm doing this, I'm going to go ahead and turn the lighting back on. Pre-compute and bake what needs to be baked. I'm going to turn on the final gather as well. Yeah, let's do the final gather on. And I really should be making all of these static as well. If they're, I don't intend to have them move. Oh, they are static. Sweet. Yeah. You'll see me stop and look at the keyboard, and you just see the wheels turning. It's like Command C, where's Command? Control C. That's it. Yeah, same crap, different smell. You don't need a Mac unless you want to make iOS games. Then you'll need a Mac. But if you want to make Windows Phone games, then you'll need a Windows machine. Okay, rocks. I like me some rocks. Oh my, I didn't realize it was a pebble. Oh my, they call that a rock? Let me get rid of that. Okay, when they said rock, I thought they meant like rock, not pebbles. Can you even see those? Like I'm definitely going to be using them for decoration. But you can see them. Excuse me. So if you got a nice little roadway, you can put some rocks and whatnot. So yeah, you can't complain. That's free, right? Plant. Oh my God, there's so many plants. Well, look at these trees. These trees and bushes look pretty cool. I know this is probably boring for some people, but it's just when I download a new package and I start playing with it, I want to know what's in it. And this one has a ton of stuff for free. I was thinking about scaling them, but if you look at them, they're pretty angular. I don't think they're going to scale very well. You can always try. Whoops. There we go. So, yeah. They're pretty angular. Oh, they don't have any colliders on them either. You can add a collider. I think I'm just going to keep them for decorations. If I want rocks, I'll go download that rock pack and maybe swap out some textures. Smaller. Come on. Undo is a little slow considering I got the light maps baking away. Okay, let's just go ahead and start dropping plants in here. And again, I've got the light maps baking in the background, and I've got it set to use low. I'm going to set it to unlimited just to get it done. That's not a bad looking tree. Let's see what it is scale wise to everything else. Wow. I thought it was a tree. Let's scale this one up. This might be the size I want. Not bad. Like I said, it's going to be a fairly dark ambient look to it anyway. Those maple leaves? I think so. So we'll scale that up. I'm going to go ahead and save it scaled. What was that? That was plant 9? Okay. Can't wait to see what the rest are like. Okay, so I'm pretty sure they're just all really small. Just need to be scaled up for these. Oh, this one definitely looks like a tree. Let's see what it looks like. Wow, why is everything so small? Oh, wow, that made it really big. Look how big that is. That's a tree. That's not a hemp plant, is it? If you're going to grow them big. Okay, so... Still too big. It was 0.101 to start with. So maybe 0.1. 0.1 might still be too big. Now, to be honest, I might add these to... Well, considering how small this scene is what I would have to work with, I'm probably not going to use the train tool to put my trees down. I'll probably put them down manually. I'm not sure if I'll add a collider. But as far as size goes, that's about the size I want it, but the leaves are obviously way too big. So scaling it, not the best idea. These don't scale very well. Well, let's go back to its mesh. Where is it? We'll go back to 0.01. Come on. And again, there's a ton of really good trees already out there. Ah, it's because, no. I guess they are just meant to be little bushes. And of course, I'm in play mode. Well, I'm going to have to scale them a bit. They're just too small to really be usable. Huh. I like the way they did the grass. But let's go take a look. Where is it? Okay, so it's this way. Oh, there it is. Where is it? So that's 7, 7C. Guess I should start renaming these too. Now that I might paint on. Can I just drag this up here? I don't think so, right? Yeah, I didn't think so. Whoops, I didn't mean to add that. There it is. Detail mesh. I don't think I closed it right, did I? I think I hit cancel. Wow, look at it all. Ha 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 ha! What the hell? It's alive! It's the boss monster! Okay, well, let's play around with this a bit. Let's get rid of it. I've got to be able to use this. Brush size, opacity, crank. It's still not going to work out right. I'm going to have to hand paint that stuff on. That's a shame. I was hoping to be able to get the grass down with the tool. But, yeah. Not the effect I'm looking for. It's turned sideways. Oh, well. So we also have 7B. Is that a pile of leaves? Let's put it in the right window. Right by the barrel. Well, anyway, it's got a lot of little bushes. I'm not sure if I'll actually use any of them. Decals. Oh, what's this? Dust. So it's got 3 colors. Well, 4 colors. Okay, that's the one that comes from the top. See how this looks. Obviously, I want to put it up higher. That looks pretty good, actually. You know, I really should put these in an area where I can just see them on camera without having to go in game. Maybe. Where's my... I really like these blooms. They're just simple effects. We'll be using those. Excuse me. Oh my. Okay, let's start. Wow, tombs. Man, is it like all tiny as well? Or is it just a piece of rock? No, it's like a gargoyle or something. Where is it? Oh. Dang, nabbit. Oh, it's up in the air. What the hell? Stupid ISO view. Okay, one more time. There we go. Well, that's kind of cool. A little gargoyle-y thing. I wouldn't call it tomb. So we got another one here. Broken pillar. Oh, here's a complete one. I don't know why these are called tombs. They should have been in the pillars folder. Oh. So here we go with the actual tombs. I want one with the hole in it. Here we go. That's the one. And it helps if I put it on the right. Oh, look how big that is. It's going to be a first-person shooter. I'll probably eventually turn it into multiplayer. But right now, it's just a demo for a website that... the opening over here, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's the spawner. That's definitely the spawner. It might be too small. Well, to be fair, if everything else is the same scale, it looks like it. The wheel, the statues, everything else seems to be about the same scale as everything else, except those bushes. When I go ahead and make my character, I can just make it smaller. Yeah. Oh, anyway, so the game is just senseless. It's meant to be a very quick game, like a 30-second, 60-second max playtime. You just get waves of zombies, you kill them, that's it. It's mostly meant as a demo. Something that I can show people how to make in one day. But I have to learn all the assets first. I like that. I really... Like, this is free. Keep that in mind. Like, that's insane. So 5C is the only one with an open door. The rest are closed. Appears that way. That's a shame. Hear a funny sound. Wonder if there's, my fans are plugged up in my computer. Because they do not sound healthy. I guess rendering out these not light maps, the global illumination. Oh, might be time for a new computer. Well, to be fair, I think this one's from 2011, so it's already 4 years old. It's very rare that I keep a computer that long. If anyone has any more questions, go ahead and let me post them. Or go ahead and post them in the comments. I'm going to give it a second before I do anything else in it. Just to catch up a bit on the baking here. So I do want to get just the basic baked done, it'll really brighten things up for me a bit. There's still quite a bit left to do, just get it to look nice. Again, for those that were wondering about Terrain Toolkit, I'll post the link one more time. There you go. Oh, excuse me, man. Doesn't clear up soon. I'll probably have to go get some antibiotics or something. Okay, let me just take a look here. Wow, we're the #1 person in game development right now. All right, thank you, everyone. Okay, so it's at 13 of 16. So for those that are still watching, I have lowered the quality settings for Twitch. Since I don't have the quality settings, I'm not partnered. I've dropped it down to 2K bitrate. How does it look to everyone? Is it okay? We're probably not going to do a whole lot of scripting today. Most of it's just going to be laying things out, so I didn't think I needed the extra quality for text. But generally, if I'm doing a lot of typing, I like a higher bitrate just so the text doesn't look so fuzzy. I've used the Unity WebGL. I haven't in a while. I believe it's still in preview mode. Let me just take a quick look here. I don't think it's done yet. Yeah, it's still in preview mode. It doesn't support all the features that you get with just the regular web player. Depending on what you're making, you might be able to get away with it. Last time I tried it, there were just huge files, and it was such a mess just trying to incorporate it into a website. I just said, screw it, use the Unity web player. I already had a plugin that ran with that automatically embedded the Unity web player into a web page, so I still use the Unity web player. If WebGL wants to get it into its final state and it supports everything that the web player does, then I'll probably come back and take a much more serious look at it. But until it has all the features that the web player does, I'm probably not really going to touch it. Unless I'm working on a website for a client that specifically needs HTML5. Outside of that, web player. Okay, so you can read everything? Good. I'm never sure. Because the lower I can get the bit rate and still keep the quality up, the better it is for everyone. I'm looking at my bit rate right now, and it's actually jumping between 18 and 24. It's supposed to be set at 2, but anyway. What are we at? 13 of 16 with 1 job left, doing the final gather. Oh, I thought I turned final gather back off. That's probably why it's chugging so much. Man, those fans sound sick. Excuse me. Okay. Well, let's go ahead. Cemetery. We have so many things, but at the same time, not that many. More than enough tombstones. We got some broken ones, the pillars, the fences. Okay, let's go back to decals. I think that's the one that had... Oh, wait, don't we have particles? Yeah. Okay, there's absolutely nothing in the mobile folder. I never even thought of that. As far as the materials go, excuse me, they're still using the old system. I'm gonna wait to see what items I actually use in my game, and then upgrade them to using the standard shader. Like this one's pretty easy. Legacy shader just uses specular. I could probably just go. I just carried everything over. Let's look at the difference here. I forget what it was already. A legacy. So it's brighter. Take a look here. We could brighten it up. That should lighten it up. Well, it's really chugging along. I want to lighten that specular color up just a bit, about here. Ah. There we go. Move the specular down. Closer to black to lighten it up. About that color, I think. But closer to the original. So let's go and grab some decals. What color should this one be? Orange, blue, or green, or light blue? I want to do orange first, I think. Is that good? We still gotta add the particle effects, it looks like, too. Oh, there might be particle effects already in there. Even though it's marked as a decal, it's an actual particle effect. Move it over just a tad. It's not poking out the back. I think I want it sticking out just a bit more. That's what she said. And particles additive. That's what the shader. There's nothing we can do about that. I'm just trying to think. I would like to have a light source as well. I'm just trying to think if I want to put some sort of emissive material in there, or it needs to be down just a tad. Once I get it positioned the way I want, we can save it off as a prefab and just use that. So yeah, this is going to be a spawn point, definitely. I'm trying to think if there's a way that I can easily make this an emissive material. I don't want to put a cube or anything inside to do it. I'm not sure if this is really... what I want. Let's go and rotate this 90 degrees. Well, let's zero it out. And then rotate 90 degrees this way. Obviously not that far. I know there's a way to adjust the length. What am I missing? Ah, right here. That's the angle. Where's the length? There it is. No, strength. Man, am I going blind? Range, duh. Is that going to blow it out too much? Yeah, see now you're getting it clipping. That's the halo clipping. I think if I turn down the intensity, I believe if I turn down the intensity, the clipping goes down. Of course, now it's, you know, what's the point? We're just going to turn it off. Let's just stick with no light for now. So I've got one done. I'm actually going to create a folder out here called prefabs for prefabs that I've put together. And this one is actually going to be called Yellow Tune. And what I'm going to do is actually just copy it. I didn't copy the whole thing, did I? I did. Why is it not copying? It's copying the particle effect. Idiot. I never claimed to be perfect, man. Okay, let's go put another one right beside it. And this one here, we're going to switch over to a different color. We'll get all the colors done first, then we can start positioning them. Really should sit down with a piece of paper and a pencil and kind of like draw out the way I want my graveyard to lay out. But let's get these together. So prefabs. Nope, sorry. This here. Oh, we got some. Huh. Okay, so we'll do blue next. And I'm going to call this one Blue Tomb. I guess I should call them spawners since that's what I'm going to be using them as. Let's open this up. What I'm going to do is grab that, make this a child of it. No, what just happened? There we go. All right. Paste component variables. Boom. Ooh. Plus you can combo colors. Bluetooth. And we got two other colors. And decals right here. Actually, I should be able to just do this with all of them, since they're all inside the same spot. Whoop. What's with this too? It doesn't look like this one was actually made to shoot out. Let me go take a look at that. Yeah, it doesn't look like this one was supposed to be shot out. Yeah. Let's leave that one for now. And this one here gets the last one. Is there only two and two of them shoot upwards? I guess. Two of them are much more subtle. So two of them aren't spawners. So we can use those as like not waypoint markers, but not highlight, but when you want to call attention to something, like shining down over one of these statues type of thing. Okay, well that makes things a lot easier. We don't need this or this. It's only two different types of spawners, which is fine. Let's see how that looks. I think I'd want to stretch it out to be much higher in the air so that you can't really see it. But yeah, that kind of effect. To be honest, I don't know. I might even just use a spotlight instead. Okay. Let's get rid of that. Get rid of 3. We now have 2 spawners. I want to have probably 4 spawners total. I'm going to put one here. That was a blue one. I'm going to put some yellow ones over here. And that's a blue. I'm just going to get rid of that one. And the original yellow as well. This way I have the yellows together and the blues together. And time to make an empty here. Hold down command. We can line these up really good. Before we start placing too much more, let's go ahead and start painting roads. And I can add another texture here. It's going to show up in the terrain toolkit too. I guess it really doesn't matter. But they had a nice texture here for the road. This is the one I want for the road. And that one. Thought I hit add. There we go. I'm not sure I'll use that leaf one. I'm going to add it just in case. Okay. So let's start painting roads. Someone's at the door. I'll be right back. Go ahead, post something in chat. So I have something to read when I come back. I'm gonna grab another tea. I gotta get the door. Got a package. Let's open it up. A live unboxing. And of course, if you can't cure your cold, kill it. We're going to be trying a little Bad Elmer's Porter today. Man, we're still baking away on those maps. Now I already know what this is. My son's new boogie board. I'll quickly open it. You guys take a look at it. It's pretty cool. Helps him write stuff. Helps him with his reading and writing. Wow, this is supposed to be gift wrapped. And it's supposed to have a card. Wow. And it's not supposed to say a gift from Peter Liberty. Wow, where's my gift wrapping? Aw, Amazon. It's got a gift receipt. Should have known better. But anyway, that's the actual boogie board here. It's got a neoprene sleeve and a little stylus in it. You might get a better look at the back. You can Google them, boogie board. But basically, it's like a notepad, but it's digital. You can write on it, you hit a little button, clears everything off. Here. If you look up in the corner here, like they're pretty cool. They're really cheap. I think it's like 25 bucks. So you write, and you can see it right, then you just hit this little button, and it clears everything off. And it's pretty bright. For 25 bucks, if it helps my son with his reading and writing, or writing and math skills, it's worth it. Ooh, that's good. Now, I think this was actually a fairly cheap beer. So I was a little apprehensive, but come on, man. Look at the beard on that. You have to try it, right? Yeah, I got to get me a little hat like that. That's actually pretty good if you like porters. Some people don't like dark beer. They're not going to like that. I like porters. That's pretty good. Okay. What do we got? We're at 13 of 16. 3 job. Every time I look, there's another job. It doesn't matter. Looks like it's actually starting to fill some stuff in for me, though. But anyway. Just taking care of some stuff on the other screen. There we go. Okay. What was I doing? Position. Oh, I was getting ready to paint the roads. That's what I was doing. How do I want my graveyard light out? All this stuff has to go under props later. Let's go ahead. Make that now. Create an empty. Like capitals. I just don't like it when I have all this crap in my scene. I have to break this up later into plots. But I just want to clean some of this up now. There, that's much better. I like my directional light as the first thing. Okay, terrain. Let's go ahead. We'll start painting some roads. Let's shrink that brush size down. We'll have to see how big of a grid I'm going to need. We'll need a higher opacity. And we'll leave that strength on. I think that's too big. We have to bring the brush size down more. And I guess I should move myself closer to these tombs. Yeah. Too big. I do have to find a new texture for here. But that's fine. That's maybe swap those out again. Oh, we'll play with it later. For now, I'll just shrink this brush size down quite a bit more. Let's get right in there. Whoop. My jammy, GD, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us today. I think that's still too big. I think that's still bigger than what I want. Let's actually go ahead and move my first-person controller over there. Where is he? I got you. And we'll spin him around. Let's grab the right axis. That's the other thing too. Is, whoops. We should flatten this out as well. But yeah, that's bigger than I want.
You need to shave this thing.
Shut up, Grandma. Go.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream.
Drink to the beard, 'cause beards are good. And scruff.
And scruff. Let's go. We'll paint over this. Whoops. So smaller. Flatter. Stronger. Yes, I know they're floating. I'm just seeing if it's flat. Looks flat. Well. Oh, wait. We'll need this tool. That looks good. Quickly do the runaround. I'm just doing, for me, it's different. I have two different computers that stream. So I'm just working on this one. And my output goes to a different computer. And that computer has OBS running on it. And I stream it out. But if you just wanted to stream OBS, I assume you could do window capture. If you're using multiple monitors, you could do a monitor capture. You're really, if you want to stream, you probably are better off to have multiple monitors. And that way there, you just do monitor capture. But you should just be able to capture the window. I haven't tried, but you should be able to. What time is it? It's only 11:20 in the morning. I thought it was later. I thought it was like 1. Man, the heat's going off. Anyway, so those look good. Position-wise, let's save. Because you never know when something bad is going to happen. So it helps if I grab the right one, too. I wasn't even painting the right road. I might have to change the tiling on this one. What do you think? Those rocks look too big? I want it to be a little bit narrower, smaller, but I think the rocks themselves just look too big. I see the chat. Just a sec while I erase this. We're at 8. Let's go down to 4. We'll do it half. I'm going to lower the opacity down to about 4 as well. Thanks. And we'll try this. Yeah, that looks about right. Whoops. Maybe turn the opacity back up a bit. Yeah, that's about right. I just got to change the tiling on it. It's 15 by 15. Let's try 30 by 30. I don't think I did a damn thing, did it? Let's go extreme. Yeah, so the larger the number, so how about smaller? So yeah, I'll have to fix that. It's wider than I want, but I think that's the size of the stones that I want. Yeah. Let me maximize that so you guys can probably see it a bit better. So the stones, in case you couldn't see it, they were too big. I didn't like how big they were. So I wanted them smaller. And the tiling works the opposite way that I thought it would. To my mind, I think when it gets to the tiling, the larger the number you set for the tiling, the more tiles you put into the same spot. But here it's the opposite way. It's smaller. I'd say the size of the tile. I like this. It's got a little bit of bite after it. It's only 5%. So I'm going to leave it thick. I can come back with the green after and adjust it. Okay, let's go. I'm going to have to go ahead and pause this while I do it because it's just too laggy trying to do both at the same time. And I'm doing the wrong one. I'm going to put a whole row of spawners. Now holding control down should give me an even spacing. I may have to flatten this a bit though. So what music's everyone listening to? Oh, wow, let's just have a huge... Well, how many do we want? Because I want just as many orange ones. I think I'm just going to leave the 4 and build the tombstones up around it. And I'll have 4 over here as well. Obviously facing a different way, but not in a row. So let's start putting some fences up around this here. So this will be like a cluster of tombs. And let's go ahead. We'll jump. We'll actually go ahead. We'll jump in game. Let's take a look. I like the way the roads look. They need to be touched up, but for a rough draft, Maybe we'll put some of those giant trees in here. I just don't like that brown. It really just, it bugs me. Look how much more that just seems to brighten things up. Yeah, I don't care about up here too much, right? Yeah, I like this better. Ah, we got to fix that, though. And once you start adding some debris and everything else around the side. So fences. And I'm going to need a name for this area. I'm going to call it Plot A. And I'm actually going to move these over here. And under here, we'll make a spawners. And we're actually going to need a spawn point in there, too. So let's go ahead and grab one. And inside, we'll go ahead and we'll create an empty. Now, this is where your monsters or your zombies or whatever it is you're going to be making, this is where they actually spawn. I don't actually want them to spawn inside. I want them, well, how much room do we have in there? Quite a bit. It goes actually up, right? We'll go about there. So I take the blue one. Since we adjusted one, we're going to apply those changes. And I'll apply that to all of them. I'll do the green, the yellow ones later, or orange ones. What was it? Yeah, it was yellow. So now they all have a spawn point. And fences. I can't remember what fences were under. It's under cemetery. That's right. Lots of really cool looking fences. I'm just trying to decide which one I want. Well, let's start off with the gate. We're going to want an open door. They don't have one with the door open. I wonder if you just rotate it. Is a pivot point on the statue? Let's find out. It is. So they put the pivot point in the right spot. That rocks. Which one was that? That was 4E. So, God, I hate these names. You know what? This will be easier. Duplicate. Hold down control. Let's go about there. Rotate 180. Hold down control. There we go. We have a closed gate area, but of course, since this is going to be our spawn area, we need to wait for him to get out. So we can leave the gates closed. Actually, I just realized the gates are separate, so we could actually just rotate these a bit, couldn't we? Awesome. You could even write a script and animate this into the wind and have some sort of squeaky noise. That's awesome. And this is a free package. More creative juices. Okay, I am going to leave my doors open. Well, I got to click that. There we go. Well, let's not rotate it that way, though. Having trouble grabbing the blue axis. They have colliders? They do. The more I play with this package, the more I like it. Now, I am going to have to flatten it a bit. Or sink it into the train. One or the other. We'll figure it out in a minute. I knew when I was adding my texture, like the bumpiness to the ground, that I had done it too much. It happens. You can't get it perfect the first try. But yeah, I like this. All right, we're off to a good start. Now that I'm not baking light maps, the fans have kicked off. Processor intensive. Okay, so we're going to go ahead. We need some other gates. Now, what kind of gates do we want? We could have like just the big regular iron gate that goes around like that. Is there some broken ones? Because those would be awesome. Okay, this one has a statue on it. Of course, we have this type of gate too. Then we have just the door. Do we have just the frame without the door? Oh, no, we can just do is, since they're just statues, we can just do, or statues, since they're just pillars, I can do a pillar and have a gate lying on the ground broken. Then you have just the gate. I'm not really sure what that is. I think it's just a small wall. So if you want to build it yourself, there's the pillars. There's some broken pillars. What I might have is the other half of the graveyard be more run down. I like this one for now. Okay, let's use vertex snapping. For those I don't know, with Unity for vertex snapping, just hold the V key down and you'll snap from vertex one to the other. Oh, we're running the wrong way. Didn't quite like the way that one snapped. We'll see if we can snap it differently. And like I said, I know I have to lower it. Let's get the fence built first, and then I'll raise and lower it according to whatever I need. I'm probably going to find some torches to put around too. But yeah, that vertex snap didn't work out too good, did it? Let's see if I can fix it. Come on, move. Come on. There, I think that snapped better that time. Well, it doesn't fit right, does it? So we can't do that way. Unless... Where's my mouse? Let's try this one. I really wanted that base, but it's just not fitting right. Might have to use that for something else. Try this one. I like the look of that. Looks like it's to be about the same height. Okay, I want to move it back so it's in the center. But everything does seem to be right. Dogs at work. So let's move it back a bit. What's the Y or Z position here? I'm gonna make it 173, which means this is 173, which means I believe this should be 173 as well. You could probably do the same thing for the Y as well. They don't go inside, so I got to move it over a bit more on the X. So vertex snapping, not the best choice here. There we go. Great. I'll just duplicate this, move it out. Oh, we did not duplicate. That's so cool that it's two different parts. So if you wanted to, you could have this lying down, broken or whatnot. But I want this part of the graveyard to be fairly well maintained. Can I just do a 180 on the Y and get both? I guess since I'm not listening to my music, I can pause it. So has anyone else started working on Halloween themed games yet? No, that's before, so I got to move that back. Did I move this back too far? Gotta change that lighting again. Yeah, it's not that far off. We're starting September, so if you want to actually publish your game, like say like on iOS or something like that, you want to get it in before beginning of October, really, because you don't know how long it's going to take to be approved, any adjustments you have to make. So if it's going to take you a month to make it, you better start now. Yeah, I did go too far back here. That's okay. We can fix that. There we go. Let's get the whole fence done. I was kind of hoping to be able to get it with just 5 sections. It doesn't look like I'm going to. Yeah. Looks like I'm going to need, whoops, hit the mic. Looks like I'm going to need at least one more gate section. And you know what? We'll just do one more on each side. Let's see how that looks. And it just dawned on me that are my gargoyles facing the wrong way? They are. So that's not bad. I just have to rotate the statue part 180 degrees. But everything's connecting well. Fun times. So it's just these 3 statues. And we'll have to go ahead and I want to switch everything. Like since I am using these gates, switch them over to using physical base rendering. What are we going to do? Change that one. Of course, this is so much easier if you notice it the first time you do it. All right, so this should all be facing forward now. And let's just go ahead and update the shaders now. I wonder why he's got this as specular. I'm not going to do specular for this one. I'm going to do standard. It's not going to be very smooth. A little bit of metallic, actually a little bit more smooth. And apply. That should hit all of them. Now these grates. How to make those metal? Oh, they're already standard. Oh, I guess they share the same material. How do you do that again when you switch it where it shares the same material but different settings? I'll have to look that up. I forget how to do that again. There's a way to share the material. And have different settings. I could just make another material as well. But it's not pressing right now. I just realized these grates are in front. These grates are in behind, or in the middle. Yeah, so we have to move these too. Dang. There's a lot more adjustments than I thought I was going to need. I'm trying to get all three together here. 1, 2. Oh, where's that third one? It's up there. Okay, all three of these. So they have to swing over. Again, this is such a minor thing, I don't think anyone would even notice it. There we go. But I notice it now. There we go. Not sure if I needed that much walkway. But we've got it. Okay, can I just grab... Well, it's not quite the way I wanted. Let's grab this last one, duplicate it. Let's rotate, not scale, let's rotate 90 degrees. That's pretty close. I want 90 though. Then control, move it. I like to move it, move it. Duplicate, duplicate, duplicate. There we go. Am I in the mountains? Pretty darn close. Duplicate, rotate. No, dang it. Rotate 90 degrees. Oh, 180. There we go. Control, move. There we go. Duplicate. Duplicate. You know what I do next? Duplicate. Duplicate. I could put a gate back there too. Maybe a broken one. I'm not going to. Now these don't line up, so I'll have to figure something out to line these up. Shrink them in a bit, I guess. I don't know. We'll see. Either way, I still got to duplicate. around. Duplicate. 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 Okay, so that's where we end. But this last one, there was one that was just a fence. Where is it? This is the one we need. Wow. There we go. Actually, don't need this. So we can grab this one, open it up, just get rid of the pillar. You don't have to get rid of it, actually. Just disable it in case I ever want to bring it back. Now it is sticking out a bit. See, I thought that was a perfect square that I was doing, 90 degrees. I understand why that side's longer than this side. Not gonna let it worry me too much. So we'll just move it in a bit. And most importantly, will it blend? Look at that. So we have to set it up so it's not so floaty. But we can run around. All right, let's go ahead. We'll stop this. So let me take a quick second here. If anyone's got any questions, go ahead, ask away. Okay. Train. Paint a road. 4 and 10. So now the gate, less floaty, which is pretty easy. Just move it down. And then flatten. Oh, wrong key. Shift. Now it's too flat. I'm going to put my gate down too low as well. Check that out. So we got a little bit of texture and hills. We'll have to smooth it out in front of the crypt. So you want hills in front of the crypt. Yeah, nothing's floaty. Put some little bushes back here. Okay, so we got enough room to move around. What time is it? 12 o'clock. This is taking way longer than I thought it was. Going to. Okay, gravestones. What do we got here? A moose. Well, I'm glad to see you here on Twitch. If you want to know when the next live stream is, you can actually go ahead and hit the follow button. You'll get an email notification when the next one is live. If you did hit it, sorry, I don't have my headphones on right now. I didn't hear it. So thank you for the follow in advance if you did do it. I also post to Twitter when I go live. So if you want to catch more live streams, since my son is in school, I can start doing these a little bit more often. It was just too hard to do with my 6-year-old son climbing around on my back. But now that he's in school, I'd like to start doing these on a more regular basis. Maybe not every day, but try to get it in at least 1 or 2 a week would be really nice. We'll see. Because I know before he got out of school, I'd started doing them fairly regularly every day. Let's actually try all these tombstones out. Let's see what they look like. And I enjoyed it. I like to get back into it, but like I said, it's hard at times. Wow, these are really small. Do they need to be scaled? No. They're okay. Okay. Let's go this way. I just want to see what the front looks like. If there's anything on it. No, that's fine. So again, this part of the graveyard, nicely manicured. I do want to put some little bumps for maybe a couple fresh graves. That might be kind of cool. That's not too bad. Just paint a little hump in the land. And then paint it, well, that's where those rocks can come in handy. Those little tiny pebbles. All right, so we need a couple of those, but I want different ones, obviously, right? So I think that was the first gravestone. And under here. I'm just going to call it graveyard. Maybe. I'm just going to call it graveyard. This is where all the tombstones will be. Let's check out tombstone number 2. Tombstone number 3. Tombstone number 4. Quite a selection. There's 4 already. 5. Wow. Obviously, we'll have to mix and match and move these around a bit. Number 6. Wow. They give you a ton of tombstones to play with. I thought some of these were broken. 7. 8. There we go. 8's where you get into the broken ones. I'm going to put the broken ones over here because I do want to use them, just not in this one. 9. And 10. Sweet. Now we have to flatten this out. And much spacing should be between graves? You know, I've gone to enough graveyards to take photos of really cool tombstones that I really should know. There's enough room to walk between, but that's pretty much it. I might have to do that after we go pick my son up. Go hit some of the old graveyards around here and just take a look at some of the spacing. I should just be able to go through some of the photos I have. We'll just quickly check that out. 3 feet. Is that right? Is that how much space is between tombstones? Feels like more. Feels like maybe there's 4 feet, 4 or 5 feet between the tombstones here. Doesn't have to be perfect. It's just a game. Oh, I missed that. So I don't have my headphones on, so I can't hear the new followers. I'm terribly sorry. Thank you, whoever it was that just followed. Oh wait, I can get that from a command. Was it follow? Nope. Follower. Z. There we go. It's having trouble connecting to the server. Sorry I missed you. Thanks for the follow either way. Glad to see you in. Well, actually, I don't see you in chat. Say hello in chat, and I'll know who it was that was the new follower. Thanks for following. Maybe we can hit 800 followers today. That'd be awesome. Let's update this. I'm going to quickly update the scrolling text. I want a Twitch stream. Apparently these are the type of things I should be doing. I gotta get this keyboard because I use a different computer. Okay, well. Apparently that doesn't fit right. We'll have to fix that. Hang on just one sec. Excuse me. I'll be glad when that's fixed. Well, someone got timed out. Sorry about that. I'm not sure who it was. Okay, it was D Nighter. Hi, welcome to the stream. I seen that name go by. Jay the Computer Nerd, welcome to the stream. Thank you. Majami D GD. I'm not sure why you got timed out. Let me untime you out if I can. I'm not sure how. Well, timeout only lasts a little bit time. If you tell me what you're trying to do. Oh, you're posting links. Yeah, links aren't permitted. If you tell me what it is you want to do. A Twitch alert dashboard. I have Twitch alerts. That's what I use. Oh. I have it running, right? Yeah. Yeah, it's running. No, it isn't. Is it? I used to have it down here. It's not running. I didn't have it running. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, I was streaming for quite a while. I've got Twitch alerts back on right now. There we go. And yes, I am on Twitch alerts. I can see the new followers now. So let me just quickly go over them. We got Sid90, followed 4 minutes ago. Thank you. D Niter, Jay the Computer Nerd, Majami GD. Who else do we have? Well, 2 hours ago, that guy. Okay, we had him. All right, thanks for all the new follows, everyone. Hopefully you find this entertaining and enjoyable. D Niter. We're just going to call you Niter. Or Night. Let's just call you Night. Sounds a little bit better. Anyway, I started streaming. I stream off and on. I stopped a little while ago because it was probably about, I guess, close to 6 months ago I stopped. I was starting to stream every day, but then my son got out of school. He was home. I guess it wasn't 6 months ago. It was just the summer. It feels like it was a long time ago. So it was like maybe 3-4 months ago. But yeah, it's just hard. I got a 6-year-old climbing around on my back. Made things a little more difficult trying to entertain him throughout the day while I did it. And also, I don't just stream game development. A lot of the game development stuff I like to try to save for YouTube, but stuff like this is fine. When I'm just sitting down doing level design, that's a great thing to stream. It's not so all-engrossing that I completely ignore chat and forget about you, but at the same time, it's something very visual. I find them coding on Twitch. I find a lot of people just don't watch. They'll start off watching, but not a whole lot. But if you start doing visual stuff, more people will watch. So for those that are doing game development stuff on Twitch, you might want to keep that in mind. Try to, if you're looking to make Twitch like a serious income, you might want to focus more on visuals. Maybe do some of the coding behind the scene. But anyway, since I was also streaming games and stuff like that, there was just one day I was playing Minecraft with my mother, Grammy, for those who might know her. And it just got really bad. Like people were calling my house and ordering pizza and stuff like that. So I just I don't need this crap. So I just stopped. But I enjoy streaming. For those who don't know the history of me with BurgZerg Arcade, I actually started off as a streamer. I used to do Ustream before I ever started YouTube. YouTube was a place where when I used to stream game development, I'd always get asked certain things over and over and over again. So YouTube was just a repository for those commonly asked questions that I would just go ahead and throw them up there. And I got to fix that scrolling text. But anyway, yeah, I would just go ahead and I would post it up there. And that's kind of how the YouTube channel came about. Then I just started making a tutorial series out of it. Let me just fix something here. It's been so long since I've used OBS too. Now I did start off using, what's the non-OBS one you got to pay for? XSplit? Yeah. And it was fine. But I like this one so much better. Make sure I got everything spelt right. There we go. I also want to shrink this up a bit. Just a sec. $44. I do not want word wrap. Alrighty, I think I got everything set up the way I want. Hopefully it looks okay for you. It looks okay to me. Now, XSplit still did things that at the time when I switched over to OBS didn't do. I used to have like a video background type thing and everything else, just being able to play videos. You can do that in OBS now. And OBS runs on the Mac. Now, I run it on a Windows machine. I have a dedicated machine that just, all it does is stream and transcode stuff. So when I'm making my videos, they get sent out to a NAS server, and I just access them through, well, I do all the editing on this machine, or any other machine I can do it on, but it saves it off into a folder on my NAS, and that machine over there watches that folder, and when Adobe projects, they get put in there, it just automatically grabs them out, does all the transcoding for me, and then I have a macro that automatically uploads it to YouTube. And then I just come back, like maybe the next day type thing, and I'll watch the video to make sure everything got transcoded okay. And then if everything's good, then I'll go up to YouTube and start filling out the information and set a date for it to be released. So as far as workflow goes, it's greatly helped having that one machine. And it's not an expensive machine. The video card in it is a GTX 770 from NVIDIA. I picked that up for, it was like $150 on sale, maybe even less, maybe closer to 100 now. Because I picked it up a while ago, it was like a year and a half ago. Well, maybe not quite that long ago, because I think the 980s had just come out. At least, yeah, I think it was the 980s had just come out. So this was dirt cheap to pick up. Is it a 770? Yeah, it is. I'm pretty sure it is. So dirt cheap to pick up. The processor in it is a 4790K. So again, extremely cheap to pick up. I didn't bother going with the Extreme Edition. And I got a little bit of liquid cooling in it, but it's just a Corsair closed loop. Again, maybe $100. You can build that whole system. I got a fancy case. I liked this case, and I did not want to work inside of a tiny case. I did that with my wife's machine when I rebuilt her portable gaming system. I did not want to do that with this one, even though I did want to keep the size down. It is mini ATX, mini ATX, or is it micro ATX? Yeah, it's micro ATX. It is a micro ATX case. The Corsair 240 something. If anyone's interested, I can find a link for it if you want. Oh, did I spell design wrong? Yeah. But yeah, I really like the case. So I splurged a little bit on the case, but the whole system itself, the components inside, less than $1,000. And it just, workflow savings, so much better. It's one of the reasons why I actually got back into making YouTube videos again as well. It's because the workflow became so much easier with it. Now I can be upstairs at my treadmill desk, walking away, doing some video editing. I'm done. I save my project off. It goes off to the NAS. This thing automatically detects it, encodes, uploads. I come back. Let's say I was doing that at night before bed. Then next morning I can come downstairs, watch the video because it keeps a local copy too. Watch the video. If everything was okay, then I'll just go to YouTube, fill the information out, hit schedule, boom, done. Make a thumbnail. That's it. I have to make a thumbnail in the morning. Ooh. Let me see here. Scrolling text. I'll leave that typo there. That way people know it was me that wrote it. See, it's just, I got this monitor too far away. And it's a little 24-inch monitor, and I'm on the wrong keyboard. Got to move the mic. VES Design. I think I got it. If not, I can live with it. Okay. Well, we dropped down to 20 viewers, so I managed to alienate about 15 talking about that. So, okay, so I am going to go ahead, flatten some of this out too. Well, hold control. So you don't want to have too many tombstones. I want to have probably 20. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have 7 types if I don't use any broken ones. And again, this part of the graveyard, I want to be like fresh. So yeah, let's go about there. I did put them all in a row, right? I can change that after if I didn't. I don't think I can move between those. Let me check just to make sure. Hang on. Excuse me. If I turn this on, you should be able to hear me walk around. Yeah, so I can't get through them. And I definitely want to get through them. So we'll just go ahead. We'll just move this over a bit. That's probably twice the amount that I need, but it's a video game. It's not meant. It's not a simulation. Yeah, that's good. So that's the width I'll have. And like I said, later on I'll come back, and since these are supposed to be fresh, we'll put mounds in front of them. And I'm not sure. I'm probably just going to go ahead and set a small brush and just raise the terrain here. See how that looks? If not, we might have to find a model. Make sure all of these are along this line too. Looks like I did pretty good with getting them all along the line. So, but there, of course, we'll have to flatten. Stop snapping. There we go. So let's go ahead. We'll put them a little under. So look at the Y position here. If I would have flattened right down to the ground, it would have been easier since the pivot points are dead center at the bottom. But a flat world is kind of boring. Okay. Let's go take a look. Whoa. That looked good with some mounds in front of it. That'll look really good. Okay, let's get these broken ones out of the way. I'm just going to go ahead and move them to the other side because I know I do want them. I just don't want them here. Oh, come on. They go over here somewhere. And make sure they're above ground so I can see them. I don't care if they're floating. I just got to make sure I can see them when I start working on that side. This is going to take a long time to build a real spooky graveyard, isn't it? It's going to take a lot longer than I thought. Oh, well. So if it becomes a 2-day part or a 2-day project, that's fine with me. Okay. So let's shrink that up. Let's go back to the terrain. We're going to raise. We want a much smaller brush size, probably maybe a 2. Crank that opacity down. 2 is too big. 1 might be too big too. Whoop! I might not be able to. And if we paint them, this actually might not be too bad. It doesn't have to be an amazing job, right? Let's crank that opacity up here. I really want to. I got to remember, this isn't for a professional project or anything. This is just for fun. How's that look? Obviously, I have to move the tombstones a bit. But without going into a 3D modeling program and making... I think it looks fine. Without going into a 3D modeling program and making little mounds or... Well, it's not like I haven't gone to the asset store already, right? Let's see if we have some sort of burial mound. I really like just keeping to that one package, though, because it has so much... Ooh. So many things that are shiny. Oh. How much? Oh, they've got hands. This is $26. That's not bad. Ledron, hi. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, since my son started back up in school, I'm going to be doing this a little bit more often. I want to try, at least at the start, try to get back to at least 1 or 2 days a week. I like this, but it's not what I'm here for, and I'm just going to get distracted. But yeah, I'd like to start back up since my son is back in school to get back to at least 1 or 2 days a week of streaming. Which would. And we'll see where it goes from there. I can't stream every day because I have too much stuff to do. I just won't get any work done if I stream every day. Yeah, there's no grave mounds that I've seen. So that's where we start getting to the tombs. They do have coffins. I forgot about the coffin. Broken pillars. Nothing. And don't get me wrong, I can't complain. There are so many things in here. Maybe I could use a rock. Scale a rock up and just texture it. Statues, we looked at plant decals. Yeah, they didn't have any. So let me see. Props, I assume. Well, I'll tell you what, if anyone wants to help out and find a cool burial mound that's free, that everyone has access to, let me know. I'm not going to waste my time looking on it because I can just do this. And if I go in game again, I just want to take one more quick look on spacing. It's a little bit wider than I originally wanted. I think it's fine. I've got to up the opacity on the painting, though. I'm going to make it 100%. And let's also make sure I'm picking the right texture. Is that too much? No, because you want some spill off onto the side anyway, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm only going to do, I think, a row of 5. Yeah. So let's go. We'll make a few more mounds. Oh, I forget what my opacity was. Remember, it was a little bit higher, around 10. Whoa! It's just a matter of pushing twice. That's too close. And the cool thing is, doing it this way here, they're not all going to look the same. Too close. That's 4. 1, 2, 3, and here. And paint. Crank the opacity, make sure we have the right texture. What more? Whoop, not that much. Well, I guess so. So we'll put some rocks and whatnot, some debris around them. I know there's better dirt textures that I could use, but these came in that package. There we go. Let's go check this out. I have to move the tombstones. Sidad 6. I'm not sure what you were talking about. I forget what I asked. Okay, some of these mounds might be a little too big. I'll flatten them down a bit. I like these ones. These ones are too big. But overall, considering I'm just using the Unity terrain engine for these, I think it's fine. Just have to soften them up a bit. I guess I didn't have the opacity up that high before. Okay, so we want to pay attention to height. So let's get in there. Oh, and let's crank the opacity down a bit. Yeah, we did that one wrong. There we go. Now, honestly, you really don't need a whole lot of height once you add the dirt. That looks a little too peaky. Let's check that out. And I want them all to be a little bit different. Yeah, some of the... this one, I like that first one. I think it turned out really good. But I don't want to spend too much time on it. We get the idea of how to make graves using the train engine, right? Let's get these tombstones spaced out. The tool. And let's actually use control to see if we can snap them into spot. That works. This one I'm going to bring back. I'll use this one here. It's not really centered, is it? Again, we'll move this one back for the next row. Let's move this one over. And again, not 100% centered. We'll just move it a bit. And this one. And it doesn't center quite right. So not exact spacing between each one, but hey. Should I move this back an equal amount? So that at least the row starts at the same spot. Those aren't equal. There. Let's grab them both. Got them both, right? Okay. No, the thing is, will that be enough room? I think I'm going to need more room. So I said, what, about 20 graves? So I need 4 rows. We'll just start mixing and matching stones. Oh, 6 was the original opacity for the graves? Okay. I never thought I'd be making barrel mounds and train engine. Excuse me again. Okay, so let's go ahead. We'll start lining more up. Let's grab this one. We're going to duplicate it. Let's move it back. Let's move it over. I could just copy the Y or the Z position. I'll do that after. Let's just go ahead and copy some more. Duplicate. I'll copy Z and Y later. Whoa, moving the wrong axis. I'm just trying to get my 5 rows set up. I'll duplicate this one, except now it's going to be the first one over here. Let's make this the second one. Third. Fifth. I don't care if we have two of the same in the same row. 1, 2, well, maybe we'll just do 3 rows. Nah. And because I'm getting lazy and I just want to hurry up and make some progress, like I said, we could always come back and retool this later. Let's take the second row. Did I just duplicate it? I did. Where's my move tool? Now that is freaky. Check that out. Oh, I copied the train? What? What? That is just freaky though. Ah, the earth is moving below us. Ah! Yeah, well, I accidentally had the train selected. Okay, well, hey, there we go. Now if we duplicate. There we go. And I may move all these up, which means I have to move my burial mounds up. Yeah! Spent so much time getting those. Well, at least I know how to do them now. So it won't be that hard. Because I kind of, well, I guess it doesn't matter if it goes behind here. I want to put some trees in around here too. I'm probably not going to be using the bushes or plants that they gave us. I probably will here and there. Let's save this off. Let's go have a look at their scene again. Did they use their trees? For any? They did. Where the hell is that tree? What tree is that? See, here's all their little bushes. So they actually do use them as... Well, those, I didn't see those. I just seen like this. Plant 2B, and he scaled it. So he did scale his stuff. Okay. Let's look at some trees. So once we start adding all the foliage on the ground like he did, that one texture, whoops, get up, and start adding grass and whatnot, this will look much better. I wonder if it would be better if I went to some of the old cemeteries here and actually took, instead of just taking pictures of the tombstones, because my wife and I, it's like it's not even a morbid curiosity. Some of the tombstones, I don't know if anyone's ever gone to old graveyards. Some of those tombstones are really cool, the little mausoleums and everything else. Just structurally, it's really cool. Oh, look, it's a rock. He used his rocks. Anyway. How do you get the smoke in the ground? Is that a decal he used too? Look at all that. Smoke. So that's what he used. I'm definitely going to want that in mind. But anyway, we know he scaled his trees. Let's go ahead and add smoke. And since mine's kind of irregular shaped, I might need to add a few smokes. And I might actually want to increase the hill here too. Train, let's go up. Just so it's not going to be so easy for them to climb. And of course, with all the adjustments I've made to the train, make sure that anytime you do that, you come down to the train toolkit, go to textures, hit apply again, and it'll update everything. I'll have to do this a few times as I go throughout my project. But as long as it's rocky enough that he can't climb, I'm happy. Okay, so smoke. Did I accidentally delete it? Oh no, I haven't looked in particles yet. So I think these are the little dots that are floating around. Yeah. This is what I'll look at. That looks pretty cool. Once you turn the lights down. I think I want mine pre-warmed. Does he have it pre-warmed? He does not. And how big is this? Doesn't show. I think if you pick shape. Oh, there we go. I'm just thinking if I have to switch mine over to a square, maybe. Oh, what do? I got it up in the air. I want it under the ground. Just slightly. So about there. So you can't notice it too well because I have the lights cranked up so high. Let's try turning those down a bit. We'll need other ambient light sources as we go along. Excuse me. Do I turn the fog off too? Might want to make the fog that color, which is around there. Adjusted the color, but I don't think I turned it back on, did I? Where's my player? Did I accidentally? I must have put him in one of these. Yeah, I got him under there. Okay. Now that we can see him, go to the camera. I've got fog turned off. We'll turn. Okay. We'll have to change the color of the fog. Once we add bloom and a few other visual effects. Even though I'm going to be turning it right back off, I just kind of want to see. I might lower it a bit. It might be a little too high. And I might darken it a bit, just so that the little wispy fogs that are floating up, you can see a bit better. don't like that fog to be that light. Possibly change its opacity down a bit, as well as darkening it. You can see it down here. Let's try about there. A bit more opacity. It's kind of fun if you watch up in the scene view. I'm pretty sure I don't have to have this on to get the fog that I want since I'm using deferred lighting. It doesn't work with this. If I turn it off, I know it still affects the color, but it looks like everything else is still working. We'll come over here to the inspector. Height, I still want to leave height at 2 start distance. I'm going to move it out a bit so it's not so close to me. And I'm still going to adjust its opacity a bit. Oh, you can't when it's turned off. Huh. Exponential. I wonder if the density changes here too. I'll check it out in a bit. Bit darker. Now, of course, I'll have more of this wispy stuff around elsewhere. I think I moved it too far away from the player, though. I think I want more fog closer to the player for the feel that I'm looking for. Let's go check out the graveyard. So you can't even see the graveyard from afar, which is kind of cool. What happened to my mounds? What do you guys think of the fog? I know I've got to move it closer to the player. Let's do that now. Let's try a 1. Maybe 1 would be close enough. I don't like it when it's just 0, when it's just fog at your feet. But 1 still seems to be a little too far away. Well, let's see what it looks like at 0 again. Maybe 0.5 is the goal. I guess 0's fine. Which reminds me, I did switch my camera over to deferred. Did I switch over to linear color space? Edit, player, or project settings, player. I'm going to switch this to deferred anyway. I am going to use static batching. Come up here. I'm not sure. I've switched over to HTML5. We're going to go in here. I do want run in background. Other settings. Gamma, there we go. You notice the change here? If you watch the scene. Gamma. Linear. Woot, woot. I don't have VR. I really should get an Oculus Rift. I've been debating about it. I didn't like the idea of having one before. I've had friends that have had it. Everyone gets sick. Maybe I'll get one tried out. There, that feels better. It's too much fog now. Oh, I want radio. Change the height density might work. I think it would just be better off served of having a particle effect on the ground with like a swirly mist. I realize there's still lots of props to put into the scene, and once you start putting those down, it'll look much better. I think that's fine for now. Let's go ahead. Let's go work on my mounds again. Okay, let's paint these bad boys. So terrain, shrink up that. We'll paint this yet again. Oh, let's bring that brush down. Dang it. Was it a 1? Higher opacity. I think 100 might be too much. Maybe not. Actually, I'm gonna go there too. Well, there we go. Doesn't look as dark as the other one did. And it could just be because of the fog I put down. That's fine. So I got one more left to do. Throw some rocks in there. Okay, that's good. I can't remember what song I liked. Let's get this set up. Play on awake. Let's loop. Let's see how loud this is. Definitely shows up on stream. Hopefully it's not deafening. Let me know if that's too loud. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and have that not play on awake. We'll save. I want to play with that fog some more. Just not happy with the color. Can I copy the color of the smoke? So that's around the color I want. Change its opacity. Oh, I actually like that color, that cyan. Wow. That's... I got to tone it down as far as the opacity goes, and maybe not as much. I actually like that color. What do you guys think? Obviously, I've got to fix the sky and everything else, but as far as just the fog goes, like running around here, let's play around with the parameters. Does this actually do anything now? Oh, it does. Okay, I didn't think this would do anything since it isn't affected. That's half as dense as it was before. Let's bring the height up just a bit more. Let's go 3. Too much again. Turn him around so he's looking over there. Okay, that's not enough. Okay, so people like the fog? Okay. A quick recap for the fog. If you open up the lighting tab, which is what window? It's under your Windows setting, lighting down at the bottom here. Unfortunately, I can't get it to display on this monitor, but yeah, if you open up your lighting tab, you'll get this here. Go down to the bottom. I've switched over to deferred lighting with the linear color space. That's why this will not work with that, but the properties still affect things. I'm going to go with the one that's... let's try this out. That's way too much fog. But anyway, and I'm also using it in combination with a effect on the camera here. If we go to the inspector, global fog, it's part of, I'm not sure if it's included automatically or if you have to include the effects package in the Unity standard assets. If you need to include them, go to import packages, effects, and global fog is in here somewhere. What was it called? Was it actually just called global fog? You can't search in here, can you? But anyway, it might be one of the ones that's just built into Unity and you don't have to include this. But if it's not built in, this is where you get it. Oh, you see it now? Okay. Didn't read down far enough. That's too much. I might, if I stick with the exponential squared, it's much easier on the calculations. 100 too far? 50? I do like the look of the linear. And with that particles, I like this. Actually, I like this much better. I'm going to see if I can get away using this. What do you guys think? It's just the aesthetic of the game. You can change the color right here. Let me go ahead and copy the color that I have. But if you want red fog, if you just want the standard gray kind of fog, whatever color suits your game. I like this color because if I go ahead and turn this off, I have a smoke particle that comes up out of the ground right here. And that's going to be spread throughout the scene. And I want my fog to be around that color. Just not so prominent. And I'll probably change the particle effect a little bit more to be stronger as well. I'm probably just going to turn the opacity down, to be honest. I think that's all I got to do. The opacity's cranked right up again. It's like it doesn't update until I hit play. Huh, apparently opacity does not work with it. What's going on? Opacity was working before. I like linear better.
You need to shave this thing.
Shut up, Grandma. Go immediately.
You Mad Bro 809. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Everyone say hello to you, Mad Bro. So the problem with having it like this now is that you get that ring around you. I don't quite want that either. So how to make nice fog without buying one of the plugins. I should just actually look at the asset store. Is there a good fog that's free that everyone can use? I could always buy one later. Hi, how you doing, Tel? I haven't been on in a while. My son started back up in school. That's why I've started streaming again. So there's lots to pay for it. I don't mind paying for it, but the first version, I want to keep it free so everyone can use it without spending a dime. Thanks. I'm going to try streaming a day or two each week again. I'm not seeing any good fog here that's free. It's a fog skybox. That's not what I want. Well, maybe. For this, I like the linear. I want it at my feet. We want it spread out more. Maybe this. Obviously, I'm going to have to change the sky color soon. Still a little too thick, I think. Let's try 1,000. And then we'll adjust the sky. That's a bit better, because now you can see the little wispies. Again, I don't know why the opacity doesn't get affected here. I wonder if that's one of those Unity things. Or it could just potentially be bugging out on me. Shrink this up. I don't think this is going to make a difference with the linear, is it? Oh, it does. Ooh. So it's a combination of the two? I don't like that. That's a bit better. You can see the wispies. That's good. Unity is really easy just to get into, get your feet wet, get started. I'm going to do as much as I can with this live on stream. I thought I'd have this done in a few hours. I gave myself to 2. I'm not going to have it done by 2. The same thing's happening as always happens. Is I start playing around with settings and trying to dial it into what I want. What do you think? Do you want more fog or less? I can't decide. Let's change those wispies first off. I'm going to go ahead, disable the global fog, go to the smoke. Duration 5 seconds. Let's go to the emissions. Rate is 7. Let's crank that up to 10. Shape, velocity. Render billboard. Oh, my wife's home. Oh well. Yeah, I can never decide, ever. Radius 60. I could make the radius bigger to cover more areas. Could also make it square so I could put them together. But I don't mind if they overlap. We can play around with that later. I forget what I was looking at. Max particles. We'll up that to maybe 100. Then if we watch it down here, well, more wisp. More wisp. There we go. So it's going to be like a 2-tier approach for the fog effect. Because I want some moving fog as you're moving around. But I don't want to do a lot with it. Like I don't want all the fog to be that fog. So let's combine this again with the global. Try this out. I think maybe make it a little darker. But we got the wispiness I like. I'm probably going to up its particle count. But you can see that I'm not sure if you can actually see this on stream or not. But I've got the wispiness going. You can see it. I think my global fog is just too bright. That's easily fixed. I'll darken her down a bit. Of course, once you start darkening it, you might need more of it. Yeah, as soon as you darken it. I don't think opacity is doing anything to it in linear mode. If I just go 4. Just finding the effect that suits your needs. I think that's it. Just increase the wispiness, the wisp count. I think I got it at 100, maybe 500. And that'll be pretty much the effect. You know, I'm always going to be tinkering. I'll never be happy. But for the first version, what do you guys think? think I want a little bit more fog in close to me. Global fog. Maybe lower it. Did I mention I'd probably never be done? Start distance 10, 0. Let's go back into the linear. 5. Maybe too much vertical? If I turn it down too much. Whoop. No, I want more. I don't have an asset that would make that. Let me ask my wife. Han? Han? We'll get her opinion. New eyes. Oh. Might as well bring the empty up. Oh, you fixed it?
The chain might need to be shortened a little bit still. So if you have trouble with it not sealing right, warm down here.
Yeah, well.
Ooh, that looks, I like that fog.
You like the fog?
Yeah.
I gotta change the color of the sky so it blends in better.
Yeah.
Let's see. I think it looks good. I don't have an asset to have it come like rolling down off the hills. If someone finds one on the asset store that's free so everyone can use it, I'll look into it. But as far as, well, to be fair, I could just make a particle effect. I could even use the same one that we're using right now and just aim it downwards.
What did you want me to look at?
Just the fog. What you thought of the fog?
I like the fog.
Think it should be thicker?
Maybe patchy? Can you do patchy?
No, patchy is like these wisps. I'll show you. There's 2 fog systems in play. I'll turn this one off. There's the wispy fog, which is this stuff.
Okay.
And then there's, let me turn the wispy fog off. There's global fog, which is this. So I combine the two, so
Yeah.
I can make that thicker.
Is that going to be the same lighting that you're going to use?
I'm probably going to use this color, or pretty damn close to it. I'm going to change the color of the sky so it blends in better.
Yeah, because I think you want it to look darker and spookier.
I kind of like the light color.
But you want your zombies to be harder to see, so heavier fog, right?
With this fog that I'm using, if you stand back, see how the statues are back there?
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't block them out. Like, you have to be pretty far away. I could probably play around with
Then once you get trees and things like that.
yeah, like I'll be putting trees. Like, these are the spawners. So this is what they'll come out of. Right here.
Mm-hmm.
There's 4, or is there 8 now? I can't remember. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 there. Then I got 4 orange ones over here, which I got to turn around. This is going to be the old part of the graveyard. I got some broken tombstones to put up and everything else. They're just floating just so I know where they are. So we got orange spawners over here. Mm-hmm. And I got the old... so this is the new part of the graveyard. My burial mounds. You like those?
I do.
You think they look okay? Because I use the train engine to make them. Usually I load up Blender and make them in it. But I didn't want to. I wanted to use as much Unity as possible. They're all different at least.
Well, the headstones look really old for having mounds still.
Yeah, well, this is the headstones that I got for free. 7 of them, 7 different ones. So I'm just kind of, this is how many I want in here. And like I said, it's the newer part of town, so that the graves are still kind of fresh. Let me just crank the fog up a bit. Tell me what you think.
Is it your computer generating all this?
Well, yeah, when I had it generating the occlusion maps, it was just, I think it's starting to die. Because I heard the fans on, I had my headphones on, I'm like, what the hell is that sound? And then took my headphones off, and had my hand underneath, and the fans didn't sound good. I think I liked it better with less fog, less global. Maybe more wispy, less global?
Yeah, try it. I'm gonna go back upstairs.
Okay, damn, I can't remember what this was. Okay. Hey, you forgot your dog.
Oh, is the bug down here? Here, bug. Come here.
Get out of here.
Huh.
Bitey McKitchy. Okay. Olympics, hi, how you doing? Just working on a new game, new project. I forget what my other setting was. Dang it. Was it 4? When will I remember to copy component before playing around with the settings? I think 5 was too much, wasn't it? Yeah. 4.5? Now, I'm going to stick with 4 at most. Maybe even a 3.5. Let's come down to, oh, I don't have this turned on. That makes a bit of a difference. And let's up the particle count here. Let's try 1,000. I don't think it'll be that bad. It's just a smoke particle. Maybe have the start distance closer to me. Some. Well, that's really foggy. Oh, you can't see the statues that well anymore either. I like this effect. I do want it darker. I think I see my wife's point of view. What do you guys think? It's been a while since I've been live. I want to start getting back into it. I didn't realize I had broadcaster language mode on. Oh, I'm not exactly sure what that does. If hopefully people who don't speak English natively can still watch. Oh, looking up Skylander info. Oh, my son and I's gameplay channel. I forgot to show my wife my son's Carla. Ah, she's gone. So excited! My son's new boogie board's in. Woo! We'll have fun with that. Excuse me. But what do you think? I think that's too dark. you want it to blend into the sky. Oh, it's the camera. I need the camera. Oh, the voice. Yeah. I've got a couple new games I wanted to play and record. Oh, Gamefly. I don't have the time. Like, I'll do this till probably around 2:30, 3 o'clock. Well, probably around 2 to 2:30. Then I'll stop, get something to eat. Then my son gets home, and we'll probably be playing something. I have no idea what. And in that time, I'm going to have it render out its light map. What do you think of this setting? I've changed the sky color. We're going to darken the light, too. We will have ambient lights in the setting, in the game, sorry. But just to give you an idea, I'm going to be brightening the light back up just so we can see better. But roughly, this will be the look and feel of the game once we start playing. This is what you're going to be running around in. Obviously, with much more level design done. And you can't even see the roads. Well, I'll brighten it up a bit so you can see the roads. I like this fog effect. What do you think? I really like this. Yeah. Well, I could darken it. Yeah, let's darken it. Well, camera. Well, you know, I could make it the exact same color as the distance. Let's see how that looks. I was going to make it darker. Yeah, darker. Oh, I like this. I like this. I might have to darken it a bit more once I start adding the ambient lighting and all the other lighting sources in here. No, it's still there. I've dimmed the light down. So the wisps that you see, that's the particle system, the smoke particle system, the couple small tweaks to it that came with that the free asset package. But all that kind of cyan color in the background, that's the global fog that comes with Unity. I like this. I like this a lot, the look. For those new to the stream, we got to get the heavy metal part in there. And of course, you'll have your little gun. Maybe I'll make a wizard. Toss little fireballs. Or if I can find a model that's dual wielding pistols and just be like, eh. Yeah. Like this actually really does kind of look like some. If I had a lake over there, I could probably easily put a marsh. Let me turn the music off. Just makes me yell. But I could easily see having a lake and this being a marsh or something like that with this effect. I like it. I think it's really, really sharp looking. No. Thanks. I did not plan. I want to get the particle effects over here. I did not plan on it looking this good, but it does. It really sets the mood. Yeah, not a lake, but you can easily put one there. I can still lower my terrain and put a lake in there, but I don't want to deal with the water. Yeah, once we start getting some ambient lighting going in here, this is going to really rock. I want all the, like, and of course, these trees. Oh, you can still see the stones. Okay, well, that was one way to waste an hour, I guess. Why is it all black? Because I turned the light down? Okay, that's fine. We'll just turn the light off while we're working in here. So I'm probably going to have to move these stones so I can, the second row, so I can get more mounds in there. Oh, I wish this would go away. Okay, well, let's go back, finish off these mounds. Then I'm going to put some trees, start putting the trees in. I do want a fence actually around here, a stone fence. One of the short ones around this part. I'm not sure. I could have skeletons and whatnot spawn from these mounds. Just throw like a dirt particle effect as they come out of the ground. Well, this here wasn't hard to get going. It was just a matter of finding the settings that I liked. And everything I've used so far is free. I believe so, right? I didn't grab anything that had a price on. I'm pretty sure everything was free. So it looks like 26 more followers to go. Bong995. Thank you for the follow. Oh, you mad bro, I got it. It might not have updated. Is there a way to tell? Let me quickly refresh. Let me catch up on chat before I refresh. Well, that's what the eerie glow. That's what these are. Now, I do have 2 glow effects that are I can shine down for when things spawn. The game I'm envisioning is going to be a very fast game. Like, a game is over in 30 to 60 seconds. It's not meant to be played for long periods of time. But it's going to be simple enough that I can see later on down the road easily converting it over to multiplayer. I keep looking at this window, even though the camera's over there. But I can see easily changing this over to being a multiplayer later using Unity's networking. I'm going to quickly refresh my thing here so I can get the new count. Excuse me, I'm still showing 784, so 26 to go. I'm not sure what I started at. But, awesome. I'll take it. Okay, back to the train. We got to get these mounds in. Opacity was... Someone said 6, I think it was. It was 1. Okay, tombstone's just not in the right spot. So I want it here. It's probably better overhead. Let me check this out. Someone's talking. I've done a little bit with the new Unity networking stuff. Not a lot. I've been really busy the last few months just between contract work. And I've started teaching at a nonprofit organization, 1150 Academy. I'll shoot you guys a link. We now have Unity classes there. If you're going to be in the Indy area, I should have worn my 1150 shirt. I'll give you a link directly to the Unity course. Well, I'll just let you poke around. The guy who invented voicemail, this is his mansion that we teach out of. So it's pretty cool. There we go. Yeah, mine it says 784. I don't know how often it updates. Yeah, 776. Yeah, I just refreshed. I'm not that worried about it. I just threw the 800 goal up there because it's like one of those things they tell you when you're trying to grow your Twitch channel is to set goals and try to get the community involved. Honestly, I'm just glad people want to come hang out and watch me make stuff. Now, I'll admit, I get things done a lot faster when I'm not here, but it's not near as much fun. I just love that look. Okay, so we got that one. Oh yeah, I wanted a heads up view. So here. And let's also color it.
You need to
Oh,
shave
new follower. Not one. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Everyone say hello to Not One. And there we go. It just showed up on Twitch alerts. I should keep that pane open, I guess. Excuse me. Okay. While we're here, let's color it. We'll color it after because I have to adjust the opacity. And I don't want to keep doing that because I know I'll screw up. So right here. Next grave will be right here. Next one's right here. Okay, now we'll paint them. Opacity, brush size 2. That's too much. Why is the brush square unaligned with the grid? I'm not sure what you mean. New row of graves. And honestly, we could just go ahead and color these in, right? We'll wait. We'll get the next one done. Opacity 6. Well, I hit it first try. Whoop. Brush size 1. It's aligned with the grid, if that's what you're talking about. If you zoom in, I see what you mean. Not perfectly in the center. I don't know. I don't think the grid is necessarily like where it's supposed to fit in. It's measurement in units. So from like each one of these boxes would be like 1 meter type thing. Notorious Park, welcome to the stream. Everyone say hello to Notorious, the newest follower. So that's 2. So that's, I'm showing 785, but of course it hasn't updated in a while. The scale might be off too. I'm not that worried about it. It's snapping too because I have it down so small too, the brush size, but brought it up. Well, maybe not quite that much. But since I'm just trying to work normally I don't do this, like make graves with the brush tool, or the terrain engine. I just wanted to do it. That's probably what it is the train is offset. And also keep in mind that these lines can change a bit depending on how the train's been shaped.
You need to shave this.
Wow, it's a storm. Fiddler McGee. Oh, Fiddler McGee. Welcome to the stream. Everyone say hello to Fiddler. Okay, so. Got a little mound going there. We still have to move the tombstones, I know. I'm just trying to. Well, let's make a giant one. I'm going to pan. Oh, I need one more. Well, and to be fair, this row is too close to that. So I'm actually going to undo them. Oh, here, let's just hit Control Z. I need more room in between them. So instead of being here, let's go here. And here. Here. And here. Whoops. Did I get that last one? I don't think so. Whoop. Okay, let's get to painting. Oh, let's paint the new ones. I screwed up that last one. There we go. Let's correct the tombstones now. Now, did I keep them all lined up? No, I did not. But we can adjust the Y later. Oh, not the Y, sorry, the X and Z. Let's get it roughly. It doesn't have to be perfect. It's a graveyard. Okay, next row. Look at all crooked there. Excuse me. That's fine. I like the crooked. I'm a stickler for having everything straight and aligned. They don't have to be. So let's go ahead and we'll line them up this way first. All right, now let's bring them all in this way, closer to the grave. And roughly in the same spot. They don't have to be exact. To be honest, it'd be really cool if I could find some kind of like, not old tombstones, but would be the proper word. I want to use poor people tombstones, but like sort of small town tombstones. These are good enough. They're free. You can't complain, right? Okay. Let me see. Yeah, the train engine, I don't use it a whole lot in Unity anymore. Not the one that comes with it. I know they have some upgrades coming down the road. It's on their, I think, research part of the roadmap. So I have no idea. It's not going to be anytime soon. But it'd be really cool once they jump in, maybe Unity 6. Probably not. I'm not going to hold my breath. But seeing a, well, actually, you think about it. Everyone has a voxel engine now except Unity. One that's built into Unity. So I would love to see them build something like that in. But, yeah, I don't work there, so I have absolutely no idea what they're working on or how soon before they get it. But it'd be awesome. I would love to see a voxel engine built right into Unity. Now, there's tons out there that are really cheap. And to be honest, they're not that hard to write. There's tons of documentation on how to do it. But it'd just be nice to not have to do it, right? Keep the ease. Excuse me. Keep the ease of the train engine that we have now, but adding more functionality is, you know, like the voxels would be really awesome. Okay, 1 and a 6. Dang it. And with the train engine, not every one of these barrel mounts is the same, so that's kind of cool. I like that. You can change the opacity to give a different effect. There we go. The last row is done. I'll have to update Nightbot. I'm not sure if this is saving or not, to be honest. I should save it. Is there a way if I'm not saving it to have it saved now? Give me just a second to look this up. Yeah, it looks like it's there. So I should be able to get it set up before it's lead. Worst case scenario, maybe update it, upload it to YouTube. I'm trying to think if there's a length on YouTube as far as, I don't think I can do any more than 3 hours from Twitch, but if that's the case, I'll just break it up. I'm not going to edit. For the people that are here, would you like to see this on YouTube? It's completely up to you guys. I'm not editing anything. I'm just going to go straight from Twitch to YouTube. Just got to paint them now. That was the last row, right? Yeah. Entire strength 1. Yeah, that's just it. They don't last forever, and I'm going out of my way not to play copyrighted music, so I have that option. Which reminds me, I'm going to mute my computer, this one here, and turn Spotify back on because I like music while I'm working. Now let's start moving this stuff around a bit. Again, we'll get one direction centered first, roughly centered. I think I could have made the graves a little off-centered, maybe. Was I drunk? How'd I put that there for? There we go. Next is the fence. Well, for some reason we got a floaty. Ah, because I put it on a hill originally. Any other floaties? No, but OCD's kicking in. Okay, I got to stop where I'm going to be sitting there looking at the Z coordinates and measuring. Alrighty. Just check here. So who's going to start making the Halloween games now? Let's go look at it in game. Now, once I have the ambient light baked in, everything's going to change. I think it's going to lighten up a bit. Because right now it is too dark. It's darker than I want. I think the sky still needs to be a little darker. Well, then again, if you think about it, if they can afford to buy a mausoleum instead of just a hole in the ground, they could probably afford to have them. But I can make makeshift, maybe even a semicircle. That would actually probably be pretty cool to change the shape. But for now, I just want to get everything in place. Let's darken that sky a bit. I like it in the distance. I don't like it in the foreground. It does have to be darker. This is probably why I like programming more than I like level design. Like, I love playing with this and getting everything the exact way I want it. But with programming, it's just so much more black and white. It's either this or it's that. With here, it's just so much tweaking. Which isn't necessarily bad. Just different. I like that better. What do you think? Too dark? I like that. That's about the color I'm going for. Of course, it doesn't have to be this cyan color. I could do blue or whatever. Maybe later on I'll decide to go with a more yellow-based color. I don't know. I'll have to look up to find eerie colors. Let me see. Working on your skin. Yeah. Oh, I'm glad you guys like it. Obviously, it does need to be brighter. You can't see anything. Not necessarily brighter, but have things... I like the darkness in the scene. But I want to be able to see the textures and stuff like that. And we can play around with that once we start getting into some of the ambient lighting. I just think it looks really awesome, the way the smoke is. Nah, I don't want less fog. I want more fog. I like this. That's pretty much what I was going for. Just being able to see the textures more. Okay, let's start putting our little fence around this part. We'll put a little fence, maybe some corner spots. Then work on some trees back here. Well, do it. I got bass hunter playing in the background. You guys can't hear it, so do it. Okay, so yeah, fence. I think they had that fence, right? I don't remember what these are. Oh, okay. Now keep in mind, you can just angle that, point it to any direction you want when you want particles like that. So you could set that on a grave, angle it up. Those could be the ones that spawn. Well, what did I hit play for? Well, let's go look at it. Let's see what it looks like. Can you even see it? Oh, here it is. See how they show up. See, before, how far away can you see them? I gotta find them. So there they are there. So about here they disappear. That's fine. So that's bloom 1. Bloom 2 is probably the same thing, different color. Yeah, looks like it's more blue. That's fine. Which one was this? I should probably put it in a more recognizable area. Oh. There it is. It's like a little bit of particles floating around. You see them? Of course, me pointing at my screen probably doesn't help. I might actually be in the way. It's just like, it's dust particles, basically. That's pretty cool. Let's go in. We'll take a look at the shape. So here we go. So let's take a look. To get up to 1,000. Might want this up a little higher or not. Let's take a look. So there should just be like random dust particles flying around. Okay. Might raise them up a bit because they seem pretty low on the screen on average. Can you guys see the dust flying around? Obviously, the fog does obscure some of it. Yeah, it's very subtle, but I like it. They seem to drift down, so I might actually have to raise it just a bit more. It's just every so often you see some dust float by. I'm going to try upping it. It's just such a small area in here. Now, you don't want it to be like ash flying around in the air. And you're At 2,000, I think I like it. You see it a bit more, but it's still not just constantly on the screen. I'm going to pre-warm that as well. It lasts 5 seconds, and I'm going to change this to dust. Dust box. I'm going to raise it up, I think, 0.5 more. A max particle count of 2. Let's do all 2,000 at once. Every 5 seconds it shoots out. Okay, at 2.5, I think it's too high. I'm going to bring it back down to 2. Take the shape. Let's bring it back down to 0.5. Let's actually put it at 1. Well, let's leave it at 2. Forungi, hi, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. There we go. Because I want to see the dust. I just don't want to see a lot of it. Very subtle. Is that too much now? It might be too much. Okay. Let's save. I'm actually going to leave it there. We need another empty out here. And I'm going to call it particle effects. And we're going to take smoke, which I'm going to change to, I don't know, wispy fog. And we're also going to take the dust box. Put them under there. Plot A. Plot A should have the graveyard. Oh, yeah, it lit up. So we got plot A, props, so stuff that we have that we haven't used yet. Over here. I don't have wind in the game. Like, there's no wind zone. And I probably won't get into it. But I do want that damn wall. Like, ideally, you're not going to be standing around this game anyway, so I don't think it's going to be a huge thing. Oh, we should move the statues over here too, right? Let's go take a look at this in game. Well, I've got the light turned down so much you're not going to see anything anyway. Let's crank that light back up. I can't turn it back on. What's going on? Unity crashing? Ah, save! Save! There we go. It's kind of funny. Without the directional light, because I have it so dark, I'm not sure if you guys can really see it in the background there. Turning it on and off, how much light is actually being used. Not a whole lot. I'll copy that setting, but it's just on a grayscale. I'm going to crank it up, which will blind everything, but it does help with being able to position stuff in-game much better. That thing looks nice. Oh my god, my son's been playing with my playlist. I do not recall putting Crazy Frog on here. It's a safety dance, so this is a good song. Bing bing. Jojo, what? What? Jojo Jog hurts? Welcome to the stream. Working on the level design for a Halloween game, web-based game. So we'll go ahead, put this brick wall, at least in the corner. Maybe not all the way around. So I wish I would have planned this out better. I could have came out from like here or something like that. Well, maybe just put it down the side here. I think that's what I'll do. The side and the back. Again, I'm going to turn that light back up. Just because it's easier to work in the scene. So, helps them in the right window. It looks so freaky when you turn the lights up, doesn't it? No floaty wall. Doesn't seem to be floaty. Okay, let's put the corner piece down. I might bring some of those statues over to do that. Is this one broken? It does not look like it. Do they have one with a statue on it, though? They do, I think. Perfect. Let's see what else they have. That one's broken, right? Yeah. I'm so glad I found this pack. Okay. Now we can have some of these other little mausoleums or mosques, whatever they're called, in back here, but they won't be spawners. Only the rich people get the spawning ones. And I just realized my roads disappeared too. I'm not sure what I did to the train, but I'll have to re-put my roads in. That's fine. Okay, we got the two pieces I need. Will it be as easy as vertex snapping? I'm trying to think how I want these guys facing, first off. Well, I can rotate them after. Not thinking about tomorrow. That looks fine. Okay. See, this is why I always draw everything out on paper or something first. Or, if you've got it, you could draw it on your boogie board. Not a sponsor. I think I will do this. Bring it all the way over. I wish I could encase it in and then just move everything. That means I have to move all of the graves too. And it took forever. Well, it didn't take forever. I could redo those graves pretty quickly. I don't want to get to the point where I'm redoing stuff again. And I don't want everything perfectly aligned in rows. But that would allow me to move these up so much better. I'm going to do it. It's how it looks first. Well, actually, I just want to see if this gives me enough room to run around in between the cemetery and the tombs. If I do a bit more, I can put a road in there too. So if I line it up maybe with these tombstones. That should give me enough room to paint a road down here. And then back here, older stuff. Like maybe those mosques you can't get into. Is that the proper word? I never know. I think it's just a cultural thing. Some people might call them tombs. Some people might call them mosques. Might be the religion that you belong to. I don't know. Let's just call them buildings. So yeah, that should be enough for a road. Which means we gotta move everything. Oh, yeah, I'm not even done the game and I'm already digging up the dead and moving them. This is why you... why is it over here? Well, if I do it this way, I don't have to move all the graves. I only have to move half of them. Whoops. That's about right. Move this over a bit. Okay, let's fix it. Guess we'll just chalk it up to part of the learning. Okay.
You need to shave this thing.
Shut up, Grandma. Grow a beard. Up in the beard.
Tister the Sister Fister. 38. It's quite a bit of a long name there. I thought BurgZerg Arcade was a little too long, but that one has me beat, I believe, in characters. Anyway, welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow. Everyone say hello to Sister Fister. If that's how you want to be known. Okay, I got to flatten them too. I forgot that. Damn it. I shouldn't have painted them yet. It's too big. Let's go with the 5. Now we could add more texture again later. I'll leave that there. I don't care about behind. Okay. So grab that, grab that, grab that, move it about to there. So I'm not sure which way I want those statues facing, but it's easy because you can just rotate them. Oh, these should have been rotated out. Now that I got the lights turned on, all my dudes are facing the wrong way. Well, it depends. You want them all facing in? Wait a minute. These are facing in. These are facing out. Well, they're all facing in. But don't they usually face outwards? Well, let's just put them this way here to make them all face the exact same way. They're all facing in. If I decide later, it's not that bad. It's a 180-degree rotation. Say, hey, hey. Look at this tombstone. We'll fix that. Oh. Okay. Okay, let's paint them. I didn't think if I would have raised the train a bit. Never mind, you can't make perfectly straight holes. Or, no, we don't. Well, we can make a square brush and try to make one. That would be kind of cool to have an empty grave. There we go. We removed the graveyard. Okay, so let's get this gate. My son's really played around with this. Oh. How did I learn? You just jump in and start playing. Lots of practice. There's no real magic formula. And everyone learns at a different speed. So what works for one person may not work for the next. You know, my wall might be too long. Oh well. I'll have lots of room. V for vertex. I think I might need another row of graves to open space. Room to expand. Yeah. At the start, everyone copies and pastes stuff. And that's fine. But make sure once you've done your copy and paste, you save a copy of that off somewhere and go ahead and start playing with what you copy and paste, because you don't learn anything unless you break it, because the true learning comes when you try to fix it. Everyone's going to make mistakes. Everyone's going to have to look for answers. But like I said, that's where you actually do all your learning, is when you actually start looking for those answers. I think I moved it too far. Well, I gotta remember, I gotta need room for the wall too. I'm trying to think if I want an entryway at the front. There's no other really cool stonework like this, so. I don't think so. There we go. I keep having to think about control and command. What operating system am I on again? Well, zoom in there so we get better look at the vertexes before we snap them. May have to do a little moving around. I'm just thinking if I put the pillar here, that's not enough room. So we need one more wall. Building manager rub. Then we'll grab all of these, duplicate. That's about centered. It's a little off this way. It's still a little off, but it's close enough. Gotta fix the hill over there. Now, see, these graphics or these models, even though they're free, have enough detail and enough shiny prettiness that I want to make sure that we can see them in game. Cold monkey like Tab and Mountain Dew. Let me check up here. Unity sometimes just glitches. Save your project off, close it down, load it back up. Since I've been teaching so much in a classroom scenario with Unity, I've come across that a lot where you just save it, close it, open it back up, everything's great. Unity 5, I think, has been the buggiest version that I've used in quite a long time. But I still like it. What am I doing here? Train. Code monkey not sitting. I don't mind the hill. I just don't want it on my fence. Well. And I'm going to want a path outside. So yeah, just go ahead. We'll add some subtle bumps in again later. So I got enough room for more, another row of tombs, it looks like. Or graves. Okay, so I guess they're gravestones. I call them headstones. Okay, directional light. Let's go ahead. We'll crank this back down. I still have the other settings saved. Let's go check it out. Actually, before I do that, yeah, I'll have to lower this down a bit. I'm actually going to keep that bump there. Well, no, not if we had another row. This one's off by 1 row. And that's fine. I think I'm going to leave that too. I love how they're all just different. Seems brighter than it did last time I was in here. No sense fudging around with it because I'll be fudging around with it forever. Okay, so we got that done, right? I'm going to leave the extra room for now. I might put 1 or 2 in. Just so it's not so empty. Make it look like we just haven't filled enough up yet. So maybe like 2 here or something like that. So let's do roads next. Again. Actually, I want it that way. Actually, now that I think of it, a lot of these old graveyards that we go to don't have a lot of grass. Most of them are, well, at least this part, have a lot of stonework. I want some statues in here. That's what I'm trying to think of, these square areas. My steak tastes better, pale. Let's check this out. That looks good. And I put some statues, whatnot, fountains or something like that in here. Maybe even some trees. Yeah, I think that actually looked better. Throw a couple trees in here. Well, then again, what do you guys think? Trees or statues? That didn't enjoy Tom Cruise. What the hell? I don't think there's enough room for both. Ah. Not sure I want it to go this way just yet. Might be. Oh yeah, there's gonna be trees outside and around. I'm talking about inside. They're gonna put statues in here. I couldn't enjoy Tom Cruise. Like, there's gonna be trees over here, and grass and foliage, whatever, all the way around. Can I make this? Yeah, did it. Same thing back here. Maybe some wheelbarrows and whatnot. Just think how long it took to make this. I would ideally like to put like a town or something over here. This was a 500 by 500. I wasn't sure if it was going to be big enough to make my arena style game. It's more than big enough. I could have went a quarter of that size, 250 by 250. Well, one thing I could do too is make like a path that winds up around the mountains. But we'll do that later. This is where I was going to put my town. Oh well. So statues. We've already got a couple statues. I don't remember where. Here we go. Let's grab this tool. We'll grab this one. Oh yeah, the lighting that I have going on right now, check that out. Obviously, I need to do a little bit more work with the lighting, but just the blue tint. You and your family. What if you walked in? And this is where the statue was, and then we could put some trees and whatnot. Yeah, I like that. Since I'm not doing any terrain stuff right now, actually, before I do that, I want to pop this out of here. Close this down, grab the terrain, do a quick update on the terrain toolkit textures. Ah, that's why I keep losing my roads. Ah, and I can't get it back. Nope. Ah. Looking at my undo queue and no. Oh no, I didn't screw up my graveyard. My graveyard! No! Ah! Well, to be honest, I don't think I'm gonna have to touch my terrain tool anymore as far as the toolkit goes. Like, I'll be doing some adjustments down here, but they're not going to be massive. Basically, I just wanted it for the outside here. Let's grab my terrain. What if I disable it? I'll see if it does anything by... It still works even disabled. To be honest, I could just take it off. I don't really need it anymore, but we're going to go ahead. We'll keep it here. I'll have to paint those back on, but that's fine. I'll just count it as a life lesson. I'm a joke. I forget what the other statue looked like. I think it was just a smaller version, wasn't it? I'm going to light these bad boys up, too. I've got to center them better for the road. I think it'd be kind of cool to have the... I'll probably turn them so they face inwards, maybe. That's just kind of spooky looking, isn't it? Okay, I don't want them in the plot anymore. Or, in the props folder. Okay, so now we have to go to... 788 I have. Oh, we came pretty close. Oh, it's 2:30. My son's going to be home soon. I was kind of hoping to get a little bit further than this. Let's see. Let's play around with a bit of the beams coming down. So what would everyone like to see tomorrow? I'll probably stream tomorrow too. I'll have to check my calendar to make 100% sure that I can. Let me check. Uh, 9 to 2. Move that. Do that tonight. Well, if I don't make a tutorial tomorrow, I should be able to get 9 to 2 in as well tomorrow. If you guys want to see more streaming of the level design doing this here, I realize it's kind of slow and meticulous, but that's just the way it is, I guess. You know, it's level design. It's taste. There's really no right or wrong to a point. Okay, decals. Anyway, let me know if you want to see more, because I don't mind streaming tomorrow while I do more. I'm going to be doing it anyway. Where are the decals? Let's try green first. So we got to rotate this 90 degrees on the X. We're going to move it up. Let's go check this out. Okay, stretch doesn't look that good. Boom, boom, boom. What about shining out? Let's reverse it. Well, I've got to move it. I just want to copy position. Okay, we'll copy component. And then go to the bloom, paste component. Okay, just do position. Let's do values. There we go. It's cool, but it's not as cool as I thought it would be. I'm going to turn it off and let's just do a spotlight. Actually, no, I don't want an area light. Do a point light, but I think they're always round, right? Oh my god, I did not know there were skulls. Oh, so I've been checking chat. Well, you can always tune in at work. Boom, 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 boom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6. I'll change the light to a green. Make the diameter a little bit bigger. Set it to baked only so there's no performance. Well, yeah, I'll just bake it in. There won't be any performance hit. And I like that. I like the way it fits. So let me see. Bloom. Yeah. I'll definitely save the VODs, at least as long as I can. I'm not sure how long you can save them for. I'll try to get them up on YouTube because I think people might want to watch this. I don't know. Break them up into 3-hour chunks or something. Well, I've got one VOD that I've got saved when I was playing with Grammy. Oh, sorry, it's when I was doing my when I was working on creating node editors in Unity, and that thing was back, I think around January. Let me check. Let me look at this light first. Yeah, I like that lighting effect. And because I have it set to bake only, it's not really going to affect performance-wise. Plus, you get the green cast off here. I want to make the halo a little bit better. A little bit bigger for the statue. But I like that. I think that looks... Don't you think it looks better? Here's the regular one. Here's the lit one. I like that way better. You can actually see the detail. I like that. Oh, maybe I can see my VODs, but you can't see them? I'm gonna have to take some more pills, man. Let me check here. How do I... Video manager. Yeah, I've got one from... Oh, from 5 days ago. Never mind. I have a highlight from December 28th. How long can a highlight be? But it doesn't matter. I can't auto chop my video up into a bunch of highlights. So yeah. Yeah, so I've got a highlight. How long is this? It's an hour and a half long. If I can mark the whole thing as a highlight and just stick it up there, I guess I'll do that. Like this is almost a year old. That way there you have the option. You can watch it on Twitch if you prefer Twitch. If not, it'll be up on my YouTube channel. Let me know if you can actually see that too. Well, if it can only be 2 hours, how long have I been streaming? Almost 6. I'll break it up into 3. Or worst case scenario, I'll just throw it up on YouTube. Okay, so the area light, I'm going to put it in the bloom. The bloom, oh crap, what statue was it? That statue? Oh. There we go. We got them all lit up now. Oh, wait, yeah. Oh, I forgot to make it a bit bigger. And I don't think it's centered right. Oh, crap. I should do everything by 1.2. There we go. Yeah, I like that with the green glow cast off. I'd rather just have... I could just make the statue emissive. Let's try it that way instead. I'll turn the light off. We'll grab the statue. I don't need it to be specular, do I? Oh, wait. This is shared amongst all the other statues. So, again, I wish I could remember how to share material. See, now it's too shiny. Let's turn that down. I don't want it to be shiny at all. There we go. It might even be nice to throw a little noise in there to make it give it a bit more stony look. Okay, let's play around with the emissive. Too much emissive? I think I'm just going to stick to the light. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah. Woo! What do you think? I like it. I like the effect. Yeah. Can't quite get the fog the way I want it. And these big boys, I think I'll do the blue light. Same thing, but blue. Yeah, let's do it this way.
Daddy, did it come?
What's that?
Did the bird come?
Your boogie board?
Yeah. Can I open it?
Let Daddy do a bit more work and we can open it.
No, I didn't write it down yet.
Watch this. See in the corner here?
Mm-hmm.
You can write. Oh, then you turn it off. You gotta use your nail. It's pressure sensitive. Oh, you gonna write in the corner?
No.
What do you do? Do you want to do an unboxing for your new YouTube channel?
Nah. I just want to open stuff.
Okay, we'll bring it here then.
Okay. I'm gonna write some things. I'm just trying to write.
Want me to help you open this?
Yeah.
We might need scissors.
Try it back.
Oh, what's this? No. What? Oh,
Try to tear it apart.
no.
Like this.
Daddy needs scissors. Can you go get me some scissors?
Okay.
We're opening the boogie board. I like that better. And of course, all we gotta do is add a point light. Oh, just a sec, Caleb. I gotta. No, you're gonna cut me. Gonna do that. It's got a little bubble here, like you're supposed to be able to just rip this open or something. So it's got a neoprene sleeve to put it in.
And that comes with like some kind of jolly thing. And this
Man.
one, it's kind of like iPod.
Yeah, it's like an iPad, but you can't play games.
Yeah.
Oh wow!
What?
Well, let me show the viewers. So it's got a stylus with a stylus holder, and as you write on it, move your hand. I don't know if you write on it, you hit the button, clears it. It's got magnets on the back so you can stick it to the fridge. Go ahead. Oh, look at this. Your sleeve to put it in. So when you're done with it.
This is a marker. This is serpent.
Oh, it fits really good too.
And this, you have to draw it. But if you draw it comes. And this one, where you can.
So when you put it away, it fits in the sleeve. Okay, here you go. Go play. Nope. Almost cut my penis off. My wife would be happy with that. I know I wouldn't be. Excuse me.
It's like a
Look, those little draw.
alphabet.
Yeah, well, I like it because we can work on his numbers and his spelling with it. And of course, reading and everything else.
I like it too. Cause so I can draw anything I want.
Yeah, you can draw on it too. So when we go to restaurants, you can practice your writing and reading and arithmetic and drawing.
I know. I can make.
Okay. Well, let Daddy finish this off here, and then we can go do something. Okay?
Okay.
I got to change the color to blue. I'll get it in a second. And I'm gonna have to make it a bit bigger. Yeah. Just make it blue, I guess. Oh, I'm on the wrong one, aren't I?
You know I'm drawing, Daddy? You know I'm drawing?
Huh.
I'm trying to post. I'm trying to walk it with a crazy
I
face.
thought this bloom was blue.
Huh?
Oh, no, Daddy's just working on something.
Do you like
Draw a halo.
Do you like a video? Did you like a video?
Oh, there we go. But I can't see the halo. Backing me up on a good So there we go. Lit. Think I want it closer to his face. Unlit. Unlit's pretty damn spooky too, though. I think unlit's even spookier.
How come? How come you think that's even spookier?
You need to shave this thing.
Tobias, welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow. Evelyn, say hello to Tobias.
Did you make up a Minecraft video, Daddy?
Not quite what I want. Might have to just... let me go ahead and take my first person control. Let's move him a bit.
Okay, but
No. Oh, they don't want to see that. Let's see. Oh, you cleared it.
no, I didn't. You see the lines?
Oh, you went around the edges?
Yeah.
Oh, I cleared it. You should go. Caleb, can you write the word mother and then go show mommy? She'll be really happy.
I'll try my her for Mother's Day.
Yeah, I don't like it blown out like that. I'm not sure. I want to see the details. But dark and spooky is pretty damn dark and spooky. What if I just had like a light when you got near it, it turned on? Or could we lightning? Add that to the game so the light flashes. That's what I'll do. Point light. No, my eyes are starting to get all wiggity wackety whack. Since I have it done, we're going to go ahead and save it like this, but I can always turn that light off after. And like I said, do lightning. And when the lightning goes, we turn the whole bloom effect on. Okay. Excuse me. Okay, so see, I've been going for about 6 hours now. Actually, a little over 6 hours. I'm gonna go ahead and call this quit here. I'm gonna clear off some time for tomorrow. I'm gonna try to go 9 to 3, 9 to 2 tomorrow as well. But I like what I have so far. I'm going to be experimenting a lot with visual effects. I might even jump on a little bit later on tonight. Not necessarily on Twitch, but just in the project itself. And play around with a little bit more of the lighting and just overall effects. Because I really want to have a nice aesthetic into the game. And I think my light's brighter than it used to be. Because I'm pretty sure I couldn't see the stonework that well. Let me go ahead and turn that original light down. We got to move these. Get all my statues. Bring the dinner bell stuff. Yeah. Cool. I'll do a build. I'm going to throw it up on the website. We'll just call it. I'll do it later on tonight. I got to take a break. But I'll try to have it up before tomorrow. And I'll throw it up on my website, BurgZergArcade.net. And we'll just call it Day 1 Build. So you can see exactly what I did in the first day. I might go ahead and actually start adding a lot of the coding and functionality before I finish the level design, because the level design is going to take me a long time to get it to a state that I really like and I'm happy with. Once you start filling all this empty space in with trees and everything else, it's going to look really good, I think. Anyway, anywho, let's actually switch over to, before I do quit, if anyone has any questions, go ahead, post them in chat now while I'm cleaning things up and getting everything set up, and I'll answer them for you as best as I can. Yeah, again, I'll be on tomorrow, 9 o'clock, my time. That's not web. It's not global. A web player. Deferred, linear. I am going to be using static batching. No splash image. It's a web icon. Resolution. I want a 19 by 6 resolution. I'll have to figure it out later. I'll fill all the ID stuff in later. I don't have an icon, cursor hotspot. We're not going to be setting that up for the web player stuff. I'm doing a quick build and run. Desktop's fine. The first build always takes the longest, I find. It'd be great if I can keep that level of quality up too and still get to run on an iPhone. I should try that. I got my phone here. We'll wait. I don't want to start getting bogged down with doing all these builds. Once I hook it up to my Git server, it'll be easy to do multiple builds. I can just throw it up on Cloud Build. Come on. No questions. No questions. We'll go ahead. We'll trust it. Oh, I didn't bake the light maps yet. Not going to be able to see anything. And I full screened over here.
You need to shave this thing.
Shut up, Grandma. Grow a beard. Up in the beard. Drink
Chat span Dan's Gaming. Not sure I like that idea. But anyway, welcome to the stream. Everyone say hello to Dan's Gaming. I guess before I build any of that out, I'm going to have to go ahead and do the occlusion culling light maps now. Obviously, I used to watch videos like a year ago. Oh, yeah, a little bit of a history for those who haven't actually heard yet. I'm sure people have heard this quite a bit, but it's one of the things I get asked. I used to get asked a lot anyway. So when I first started, before I started YouTube, I used to stream. I used to be on, I believe it was Ustream I started first. Oh, God, I hope this heals soon. But anyway, I used to be on Ustream first, and then I believe I jumped over to Justin. But anyway, I used to stream all the time. Like, I would literally set the stream up, let it run 24/7, and you would just see me come and go. And it was pretty cool because there was always, like 30 to 50 people in the chat room to just talk with. And, I do all my game development live that way. But I'd get asked questions about certain things over and over all the time. That's when the YouTube channel, I think I started on Blip first. So I would just commonly ask questions, make videos for, throw them up on Blip. Then eventually I just went ahead and moved over to YouTube. And that's what started the channel. And then I stopped using Ustream and Twitch because it would run ads in the middle of a stream. So someone would ask me a question, I'd answer it, but they couldn't hear it because there was an ad in the way. But then Twitch came out with a game development section. So I had been streaming here and on, was it Hitbox? But hardly anyone watches Hitbox, and I just don't like having two chat windows open at the same time. So I was never following Hitbox. There was no interaction. Excuse me. So I just got rid of it. But yeah, I've been here quite a while. When my son was done school last semester, I didn't stream at all during the summer. Just kind of hard with a 6-year-old sitting on my back. But now that he's back at school, I want to at least start streaming 1 or 2 days a week. Maybe not a whole lot of programming, because I find when I'm doing a lot of coding, no one watches anyway. The more visual stuff, like level design and stuff like that, people seem to really like. So I'm going to try to go ahead and when I'm just doing that stuff, provided it's not working for a client that wants it kept private, I'll go ahead and try to stream that, like I said, a couple days a week.
You need to shave this thing.
Shut up, Grandma. Grow a beard.
Let me see.
Beer, drink to the beer, 'cause beers are
Satan. Welcome to the stream, Satan. How are you doing? Satan. I uploaded a video a couple days ago. It was a Patreon video. And there was actually a comment that kind of bugged me. This one guy's like, oh my God, like people pay you on Patreon for stuff like this. And it's not that they pay me on Patreon to answer those questions. It was someone that had been following the stuff that I've been doing over the years, just happened to find my Patreon page, pledged a couple bucks a month, and just had a question, so I answered it for him. I would have answered anyway, even if he wasn't part of my Patreon. But anyway, let's not even get into that. But yeah, this is I want to make a game for Halloween. It's a simple zombie shooter. It's not going to last very long. As far as gameplay, it's like 30, 60 seconds long. The match should be over. Can't believe I lost all that texturing again. But anyway, I'm not sure if I want to do third person or first person. Maybe the ability to switch between them. I don't know. But yeah, today this is what we did. We started off, everything that I've used so far has been free. Oh, we forgot the best part, the music. I gotta turn off that. We'll turn this on.
You need to shave this thing.
For the Win Sky, welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow. Man, I'm just about getting ready to log off and all these people are hitting follow. Hopefully you're not just tuning in. I will be back tomorrow. I'm gonna try about 9 to 3 o'clock again. Eastern time, my time. What was I doing here? I wanted to turn something on. Oh, the music. So we got to go to the camera. Come on. Open. There we go. Audio source. Play on awake. Ready for this? So I want to find a selection of a lot of heavy metal songs to put into the game. Let's put our skeleton in the game. We haven't done that yet. Let's see what it looks like. Whatever the direct light looks like. I don't care. Wow! Look how huge that is. Oh, it's all the old animation system. He's not on Mechanim. I'll have to fix that. That's okay. We can put him on Mechanim later. What's going on there? textures are all wiggity whack. Why is he flickering? Oh. Satan, you found me on YouTube too. Thank you. Why is he flickering? It's vertex lit. We're going to switch it over. Maybe it's just the shader. Let's check it out. Okay, it's just his weapons. It's like he has 2 or 3 weapons equipped. It's a cool effect, don't get me wrong. It looks like he has 2 weapons equipped. Let's turn that sound off. Feels like I'm yelling. Anyway, it looks like he has 2 weapons equipped. Let's see. And they're basically like Z fighting. No, let's go. We'll turn this off. Yeah, disco skeleton. Okay, it's vertex lit as well. We'll go ahead. Let's switch this over to the standard. And we're going to crank up the metalness. Make it shiny. Even though it's not really. You know, it's just moving around. It looks like that's what it is. I think it's just the shader choosing. Yeah, okay. Just the shader. I don't know, to be honest. I kind of like it. But you know, everyone that plays the game is going to be complaining about the glitchy. You know, the glitchy graphics. That does look cool, doesn't it? Semi-translucent. I got enough people yelling at me about stuff. I don't need that. That is cool. Kill the zombie, 23. I'm glad to hear that. Do you have any games that you've recently published that you want to share? If anyone has any links they want to share, go ahead and let me know so I can permit you. By default, Nightbot's set to not allow sharing of links. I could. There's a lot of things I could probably do with them. Right now, I'm going to get rid of the disco shield. Let's make that shield super shiny. It's not going to be static, though. I was thinking if I wanted to make it emissive. So it would light up on the ground. Make sure they're not sharing. Yeah, obviously they're not. Anyway, that should get rid of the disco. Maybe that's too shiny? What do you think? Is it too wet? Maybe someone spit on them. It is cool to see the reflection of the moon, though. Even though I can't see the damn moon. That's something I haven't done yet, is put reflection probes around here yet. Another day. I don't know. See, I like the heavy polish on the shield. It's probably too much. It's one of those things that I love, making stuff really super metallic and shiny and mirrored. But really, it shouldn't be. Maybe just a little bit more than the skeleton, obviously. Let's go ahead and take a look at the The skeleton himself. Skeleton should have no metallicness. I'm going to crank his smoothness down a bit more. Probably about 0.25. So I'm going to start with him. We're not going to play with anything else. Let's go ahead. We'll grab the sword. Yeah, we use the standard. And I'm going to give it it's a sword. It's got to have a high metal. I don't think I want it that shiny though. Let's do about a 0.65 or smoothness, sorry. And then the shield's gonna have a lower metal. I'm gonna say 0.15. But I do want shinier, just not that shiny. Probably not even that shiny. I think realistically, most items in the real world are 80.8. Like, well, 80% are 0.8. Give a nice metallic look to the sword without it being too mirrored, but this here will be more mirrored. Looks kind of plasticky now, doesn't it? Yeah, I'm going to turn down the shininess. It looks too plasticky to me now. Let me see. It should bring the FPS. The FPS isn't that bad. I'm running on an old iMac. And I don't think I'm going to have a problem running this. Woo! Bring that shininess down. Let me catch up on chat. It's always cool to get greenlit on one of your games. Always feels good. Someone wants to play my game. So I did 0.5, 0.65. It seems so much shinier. But basically, seasoned to taste. It still doesn't look metal. It just doesn't look rough to me, I guess is what I'm getting at. It still looks kind of plasticky. Of course, we could go there. Crank the smoothness up. We could even switch the albedo to be black. I kind of like that. Obviously, we're going to shrink that bad boy down a bit. It's too dark for that effect. Okay, you can actually see. Whoops, sorry, I just hit the mic. You can actually see the effect here, so I don't have to keep logging into the game. I actually want it to be shiny, though, I think. Because don't forget, he's going to be running a chart. And honestly, let's face it, this is just a placeholder skeleton anyway. I'm going to be moving it. I'm going to be changing it anyway. So let's just enjoy the shininess. It's shiny and new. Yeah, I could put lights in the skulls. I'll go ahead and just do it. I'm probably not going to keep it, but we'll do it just for the hell of it. This is just a small demo for a website. It's just going to be a first-person shooter. The game itself lasts about 30 to 60 seconds. It's just constant waves of skeletons, zombies, undead stuff till you die. You know, get like three hits and you're dead type thing, and you just kill as many as you can. It's not meant to be anything serious. It's more of a quick demo. It doesn't look like I'm going to be able to put them in the skulls, as I thought the skulls were recessed. Oh, we'll try it anyway. But it should still be fun to play. Basically, what I want to have is, after I'm done this, be able to have people watch us and in one day be able to teach people how to make this game. Now, of course, all the finagling, at least teach people all the skills needed to make this game. As far as, you know, like today, if you've been here for a while, you've noticed all the constant tweaking of lights and moving things around and everything else. That just takes time. Like, you can't really get around that. Do we want spotlights? No. Let's make them red. I think it's intensity that controls the halo. Let's move them out here first. Turn on lights if I want to see it. I want to change the size. Oh. There we go. That's still too big. Have that. That's still too big. Have that. Get rid of the gizmo. You can't see. How do you get rid of the light? I can't remember. Wow, that's bad. We'll just go ahead and stick it in there. Yeah. I'm not even going to say it. That's what she said. Okay, the light is right here. Is that about right? I'll just do one eye. You'll get the idea of how to do it. Is that what you were talking about? Cowboy King, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. So is that what you're talking about as far as putting lights in the eyes? I think that's still a little too big. I'm going to shrink it down to, I think, a 1/10. It's set to real time. I'd probably set it to baked. I think that's too small now. Let's take this first-person controller and move them. This is just easier. We're going to have to rotate them. I see chat. Just give me a second here. So much for logging off. He sure does. Okay, we're going to go back to the light. I think 0.2 is a good size. It's just getting it in position. Then duplicate it. I forgot to switch it to baked only. Of course, you're going to put 2 spheres in there, made them emissive materials as well. I kind of like the light. What do you think? We'll keep it there for now. He can level up and shoot like lasers out of the shield. I'm not going to bother getting into that. But it's something to do, right? There you go. We added lights to the eye. Let's go ahead and look at a sphere with emissive material. Oh, I'm going to need to bake stuff out. I think we're probably better off with the lights that are baked in. I think we'll get a much better effect out of it. Again, it's going to depend on how many of these things we have running around, too. Now, if you got like a couple hundred skeletons in your scene, it might be, those lights might be too much. But as they are right now, I think they're pretty cool. I'll leave them in for now. And we'll see what happens. Like I said, I'm probably not going to be using this skeleton in version 2. It's just a placeholder. Something to attack me with. Okay, well, the fun part. Let's start that auto bake. Well, I guess I don't need auto. I can actually just hit build. Actually, cancel. Any new options? Bake reflection probes, clear data. Okay, well, let's build everything. I haven't put any reflection probes in yet. I'll probably do that like day 3. It'll be one of the last things I do. Dan's game. You don't like the glowing red eyes? I like them. This is probably going to take quite a while to do. And it's going to get really hot sitting in front of this computer. So we'll have a little bit more of Bad Elmer's Porter. There's not much left. So we can just sit here and chit-chat until this is done. If anyone else has any questions. Is everyone working on anything they want to link to? Go ahead, let me know. I can permit you to link. Yeah. BurgZerg, what would you say for a starting indie game developer? Keep your project super small. Not even necessarily a game, but like just like demo stuff. It's kind of like what I was doing there. Like, oh, what happens if we make glowing eyes? You know, is it better to use lights with halos? Or is it better to throw a sphere in there and make it an emissive material? Which one's better? I think the emissive material will be lighter as far as the engine goes. But they made so many improvements to Unity 5, and this is going to be such a small project, I don't think it's really going to matter either way. It might make a difference if I decide to build this out to like Android or iOS or something like that and put in some controls for that. Then it might make a difference. Because right now, I can't go in. I love the feel of the game, the atmosphere in the game right now. I think it's really cool. Excuse me. These are both baked, yeah. Come in here. Apply it, so all the other skeletons I put in will be like that. But yeah, keep all your projects super small so that focus only on one thing at a time. So they're not, it's very easy to come back to and go, oh, you know, I need to see how I did, you know, whatever. You just got that one project and it only has one example of one thing in it. That's important starting out. Outside of that, just make lots of little games and keep practicing. Lots of little stuff. The more you do it, the better you'll get. I can't believe I put little red eyes. Yeah, I should have put the little red eyes in him. That's what I should have done. Look. Everything's starting to lighten up a bit. We'll be able to really darken the sky up soon. This is probably going to take a while. Any other questions? We're almost out of Bad Elmer. That's so cool. It just lit up. Boot. What are we at? The jobs keep going up. I can't resist. I got to take a peek. Maybe I shouldn't have peeked. Oh, I'm over here now. That's right. Oh, those are centered. Anyway. Yeah, I should have put the glowing red eyes in the skeleton. What was I thinking? Putting them in the shield. Bad advice. I'm going to move those eyes. Yeah. Well, I could also put a particle effect on them too. I could put a whole particle effect right in the chest. Yeah, because it's all hollowed out. That would probably look really cool. And then match the color of the particle effect to the eyes. And maybe even put like a small trail on him so that when he runs around... Oh, is it done? It's done baking. Well, that didn't take long at all. What happened earlier today? But yeah, put one in the chest. Maybe even put a small trail on him. Yeah, definitely in the eyes. And also light the face up a bit more. God, that's so creepy. Yeah, it definitely turned out better than I thought it was going to be. At least for the first wave. Okay, well, I'm just going to end up running around here. The great thing about laser eyes, or red eyes, like putting the glowing eyes in there, you can have laser eyes. But to be honest, I already know that I'm going to be grabbing paid assets. And there was a couple when we were perusing around that I really liked. Click to release. What's this? Click to combine. Let's see if anything updated. Nope. Does anyone remember what those models were? Is anyone here that was here at the beginning? There were some really cool... Ah, here we go. Nope. Actually, I like these too. $40. There were some zombies that looked like that. Oh, here they are. Oh, same guy. Oh, we'll have to see if he has a lot of packs. I do have the sound on. I was thinking of this. Wish I could full screen in here, but I can't. For those that are curious, it's called Undead Pack by Villains for Hire. After I get the initial version done, this is what I'm looking at probably. I think the graphical style goes good with the other assets I have, which of course will probably be updated anyway. Oh, I forgot about those Lich models. Excuse me. What I like about this is that he has player characters too. So right here. So it looks like you have what? A priest? Is that a bow? Crossbow? An archer? A mage? And a tank of some sort? So eventually you can even put classes in the game. many animations. Run, idle, attack melee, attack crossbow, attack spellcaster, death. So here's the archer. The lich ones might fit into the game too. We'll have to see. Little arrows. Pew, pew, pew. Well, I guess technically they're bolts or quarrels, aren't they? Wow. He dead. Another wizard. See him attack. There. And of course, you can have power-ups in your game too. Maybe you start off that little sissy fire lob, but eventually you get like lightning and stuff like that. Now I'm not sure when was this updated last. Oh, just a couple months ago. Oh wait, we're in August, a month ago. So let's see. This is the priest class. It shoots a fireball too. Well, you could change that to be a holy light ball or something like that. I don't know. Do they use PBR? So apparently he's got a whole bunch that go into this. So there's only 1,500 triangles? That's pretty damn good. The rigs are making them ready. All right, that's the big thing. It saves me a bunch of time. I don't have to do that. And you don't need a lot of animations. Well, they have a demo. Well, we got to play the demo. Unless it was exactly what we just looked at. And not a lot of people are using the WebGL build option. Oh, okay, that's the exact same thing we just looked at. How do I switch classes? How do I move? It's pretty good. Oh. Seems a little floaty, doesn't he? Well, maybe not. What else does he have? Mobile tower package. I'm not going to need that for this game, but it is kind of cool. Maybe it's a little too cartoony for the style I'm going for. I might have to find something else. Orc Scoundrel Pack. I don't want orcs for this game. It's all Halloween-y. I might just have... I might keep that for a different package. But yeah, I like the style. Might be too cartoony for the rest of it. Because I want to keep these assets. I'll probably upgrade to the non-light version to get all the other stuff. But I like the gates. I like the tombs. I do have other packages that I could use too. For now, let's get the first version up and running. Then we can fuss around with all the different assets. Man, it just seems so bright here. Anyway. Oh, lich models. I'm going to look at those one more time. Those are probably way too cartoony for what I wanted. L-I-C-H. Oh, what's this? Lich pack? Lich model? I want the pack. Yeah, those look like super cartoony for what I want. Now, if I could find... Oh, but if I spent all that time on level design to have to redo it. Yeah, the hands. Those actually might combine okay with the other set with the undead and the wizard and the archer and whatnot. 26 bucks. Last updated, oh, just a little while ago. Our legacy and Mechanim rig set up, okay. I like them, but it'll be a while before I get into that. But I definitely want to have something up and running by Halloween, at least for the website. But I'm going to end it there because I'm just going to sit here and play with it all night if I don't get away from it. It's already 3:50. Anyway, thanks for watching, everyone. I will be on again tomorrow at about 9 my time, which is Eastern. And I'll probably go to about 2, 3 o'clock again. Hopefully, we can make a bigger dent since we've looked at all the assets now tomorrow. Get some trees in, a little bit better lighting. And maybe even a little bit of scripting. I'll do most of the scripting off camera, though, because I know it's boring. But anyway, thanks for watching, everyone. I'll see everyone later. Bye-bye.